Hey guys, today I have for you another driving test video, but today's video is going to be just a bit different in the sense that there will be a few scenarios. I will be asking questions around those scenarios. You will get the same options to choose from, and then I'll also give you the correct answer. So let's get started. Scenario number one. You are driving behind a cyclist. The road has potholes and cracks. Further ahead, there is a roundabout. A horse rider is approaching it in the left-hand lane. In a built-up area with street lights, you see a school sign with a flashing amber signal. There are no speed limit signs. Later, you stop at a pedestrian crossing where the lights are red. The person crossing carries a red banded white stick and has a guide dog wearing a red and white checked harness. So, with this scenario in mind, question number one. What might the cyclist need to do on this road surface? So let's recap. You are driving behind this cyclist and the road has potholes and cracks. So what do you think that the cyclist might need to do on this road surface? And let's have a look at our questions. A. Speed up. B. Swerve. C. Turn left. Or D. Turn around. And the correct answer is B, swerve. Question number two. What should you expect the horse rider to do next? So now we finish with the cyclist, okay? You are driving further ahead where you have a roundabout and this horse rider is approaching the roundabout in the left-hand lane. So what should you expect the horse rider to do next? A. Go in any direction. B. Make a left-hand turn. C. Make a right-hand turn. Or D. Proceed straight on. And the correct answer is A. Go in any direction. Next question. What does this flashing amber signal mean? Now remember, you finished with the cyclist, with the roundabout and the horse rider. Now you are driving in an area where there is a school and there is a school sign with a flashing amber signal. There is no speed limit sign in this area. So what does this flashing amber signal mean? A. Children may be crossing the road. B. Children may be playing in the road. C. Parents may be standing in the road. Or D. Vehicles may be turning in the road. And the correct answer is A. Children may be crossing the road. Next question. What would the speed limit be in the built-up area? So the built-up area is the same area where you see this amber light signal with school, with children crossing. So this built-up area, you have street lights. There is no speed limit sign. So what would the speed limit be in the built-up area? A. 10 miles per hour. B. 20 miles per hour. C. 30 miles per hour. Or D. 40 miles per hour. And the correct answer is C. 30 miles per hour. Question number 5. What can you tell about the person at the pedestrian crossing? So let's recap. At the pedestrian crossing, the lights are red and the person who is crossing the road has a red banded white stick with a guide dog wearing a red and white checked harness. So, what can you tell about this person at the pedestrian crossing? A. They are blind and mute. B. They are deaf and blind. C. They are partially blind. Or D. They are partially deaf. And the correct answer is B. They are deaf and blind. And now let's move on to our second scenario. So the weather outside is dry, but it's very windy. On the motorway, you see a car which is towing a large caravan in the middle lane. You then move on to a long open stretch of a single carriageway where you pass a motorcyclist. Later, you are traveling behind a long vehicle and you want to overtake. Once in town, there are trams directed by traffic lights and you have to drive across their tracks. Further on, a bus is signaling its intention to pull out from a bus stop. So let's start from the beginning with question number 1. What is the national motorway speed limit for the vehicle and caravan? A. 40 miles per hour. B. 50 miles per hour. C. 60 miles per hour. Or D. 70 miles per hour. And the correct answer is C. 60 miles per hour. Question number 2. What could happen to the motorcyclist in these weather conditions? So remember that even though outside is dry, so it's not raining, it's very windy. So what do you think could happen to the motorcyclist because of the wind? A. They could be blown off course. B. They could have engine trouble. C. They may have to turn around. Or D. They may travel faster than usual. And the correct answer is A. They could be blown off course. Next question. What should you do when following the long vehicle? So remember that you are traveling behind a long vehicle and you want to overtake. So what should you do when you are following this long vehicle? A. Drop back so you can see more of the road ahead. B. Get closer so that you can overtake more quickly. C. Keep pressing the horn to get the driver's attention. Or D. Slow down until the long vehicle moves out of sight. And the correct answer is A. Drop back so you can see more of the road ahead. Question number 4. Why is it important not to obstruct these tracks? So remember, you got out of the motorway and once you arrived in town, there are trams which are directed by traffic lights and you have to drive across the tracks. So why is it important not to obstruct these tracks? A. Electric power to the tram may be disrupted. B. The wheels of your vehicle could get stuck. C. Trams are unable to steer around obstructions. Or D. Your tire treads could be seriously damaged. And the correct answer is C. Trams are unable to steer around obstructions. Question number 5. What should you do about the bus? So the bus is signaling its intention to pull out from a bus stop. So what should you do about the bus? A. Drive past slowly so that the driver can see you. B. Give way as long as it's safe to do that. C. Speed up and pass the bus before it pulls out. Or D. Stop and switch on the hazard warning lights. And the correct answer is B. Give way as long as it's safe to do so. And let's now move on to scenario number 3. You are driving in very thick fog and the road surface is also quite damp or wet. You are using fog lights as well as the headlights. You leave a larger gap than normal between your vehicle and the one in front of you. Later, a drain is being unblocked and the pumping vehicle is obstructing the road on your side. Further on, there are rumble devices on the approach to a roundabout. So let's start with question number 1. How might the road condition affect your stopping distance? So remember that it's very foggy and the road is quite wet. So how can that affect your stopping distance? A. It could be doubled. B. It may be improved. C. It remains unaffected. Or D. It should be halved. And the correct answer is A. It could be doubled. Question number 2. Why would you be using your fog lights? A. Visibility is below 100 meters. B. Visibility is below 150 meters. C. Visibility is below 200 meters. Or D. Visibility is below 250 meters. And the correct answer is A. The visibility is below 100 meters. Question number 3. Why would you leave a larger gap between your car and the one in front of you? A. Other vehicles' lights may dazzle you. B. The vehicle ahead may stop suddenly. C. You may need to stop suddenly. Or D. Your vehicle's lights might cause glare. And the correct answer is B. The vehicle ahead of you may stop suddenly. Question number 4. What should you do before overtaking the pumping vehicle? So remember that you are now out of the highway, out of the motorway, and on your way there is a drain which is being unblocked and the pumping vehicle is obstructing the road on your side. So what should you do before you overtake this pumping vehicle? A. Pass slowly with hazard warning lights on. B. Use the horn and drive past quickly. C. Wait until the road ahead is clear. Or D. Wait until the vehicle stops working. And the correct answer is C. Wait until the road ahead is clear. Question number 5. What information would the rumble devices provide to help you? So on your last bit of the journey, you encounter rumble devices on the approach to a roundabout. So what information would these devices provide to help you? A. A caution to check your tire pressures. B. A reminder to make you aware of your speed. C. A routine test of your car's suspension. Or D. A warning about the road surface condition. And the correct answer is B. A reminder to make you aware of your speed. And our following scenario number 4, is this. You are towing a small trailer behind your car and you are joining the motorway from a slip road. The motorway is busy with the morning traffic. Further along the motorway, the central reservation is coned off for repair. Lanes have been narrowed for some distance using cones and temporary reflective studs. Once you are past the roadworks, traffic speeds up and the left-hand lane becomes clear. You then realize that you've gone past the exit you need. So the first question is this. Who has priority at the motorway slip road junction? Now remember that you are towing a small trailer and you are joining the motorway from a slip road. So in this instance, who has priority? A. Vehicles already traveling in the left-hand lane. B. Vehicles joining the motorway from the slip road. C. Vehicles leaving the motorway via the slip road. Or D. Vehicles traveling along on the hard shoulder. And the correct answer is A. Vehicles already traveling in the left-hand lane. Question number 2. What colors would these studs be? So remember that the motorway has traffic works going on with cones and also reflective studs. So what would the color of the studs be? A. Blue or yellow. B. Green or yellow. C. Orange yellow. Or D. Red yellow. And the correct answer is B. Green yellow. Question number 3. Which lane should you use after the road works? So remember that you are passing the road works, the traffic is speeding up, and then the left-hand lane becomes clear. So which lane should you use after the road works? A. The hard shoulder. B. The left-hand lane. C. The middle lane. Or D. The right-hand lane. And the correct answer is B. The left-hand lane. Question number 4. What is the national motorway speed limit for your vehicle and trailer? A. 50 miles per hour. B. 60 miles per hour. C. 70 miles per hour. Or D. 80 miles per hour. And the correct answer is B. 60 miles per hour. Question number 5. What should you do about leaving the motorway? So remember that once you pass the roadworks and the lanes become clear, in particular the left-hand lane becomes clear, you realize that you actually gone past the exit you needed to take. So what should you do now about leaving the motorway? A. Continue on until you reach the next exit. B. Go on until you reach the end of the motorway. C. Reverse back to the exit that you missed. Or D. Wait on the hard shoulder for traffic officers. And the correct answer is A. Continue on until you reach the next exit. And let's move on to scenario number 5. It's early in the evening and the street lamps are lit. You are driving home at 30 miles per hour, although there are no speed limit signs. The road is a single carriageway and you are alone in your car. Sleet is falling steadily and it's quite cold outside. Ahead, a vehicle is spreading salt on the road. In town, there are high occupancy vehicle lanes which you don't use. Your home is level with a zebra crossing, but you park beyond its markings further down the road. So, keeping in mind this scenario, question number 1. How have you identified the 30 miles per hour speed limit? Remember, there is no speed limit signs, there are only lamps which are lit. A. There are many retail outlets still open in the town. B. There are plenty of pedestrians and cyclists around. C. There are regularly spaced streetlights in the area. Or D. There are yellow lines painted on the road surface. And the correct answer is C. There are regularly spaced streetlights in the area. Question number 2. What would the normal center white line markings be on this road? So the road is a single carriageway. So what would the center line markings be? A. Long dashes with long spaces. B. long dashes with short spaces, C. Short dashes with long spaces, or D. Short dashes with short spaces. And the correct answer is C. Short dashes with long spaces. Question number 3. What color flashing beacon would the salting vehicle have? A. Amber, B. Green, C. Red, or D. White. And the correct answer is A. Amber. Question number 4. Why would you not use the high occupancy lane on your journey? A. It's for vehicles of all types, but only at certain times. B. Is for vehicles of as many types and sizes as possible. C. It's for vehicles which have flashing amber beacons. Or D. It's for vehicles that have 2 or more occupants. And the correct answer is D. It's for vehicles which have 2 or more occupants. Question number 5 and our last question for the day. Why don't you park level with your home? So remember that you are towards the end of the journey. You just got home, but your home is level with a zebra crossing. However, you park behind the markings further down the road. So why don't you park level with your home? A. Because you don't want to park there. B. Because you haven't paid your vehicle excise duty or the road tax. C. Because you mustn't park there. Or D. Because your parking permit expired. And the correct answer is C. Because you must not park there. What is the most important reason why you should keep your motorcycle regularly maintained? And let's have a look at our options. A. So the motorcycle can carry a passenger. B. So the motorcycle can carry panniers. C. To accelerate faster than other traffic. Or D. To keep the machine roadworthy. And the correct answer is D. To keep the machine roadworthy. Whenever you use any motorcycle on the road, it must be in a roadworthy condition. Regular maintenance should identify any faults at an early stage and so help prevent more serious problems. Next question. You are riding on a country lane. What should you do if you come across cattle on the road? A. Give them plenty of room. B. Rev your engine. C. Ride up close behind them. Or D. Sound your horn. And the correct answer is A. Give them plenty of room. Try not to startle the animals. They can be easily frightened by noise or by traffic passing too closely. So the best thing is to just slow down, give them plenty of room, and be prepared to stop if you need to. Obey any directions given by people in charge of the animals. Next question. You are the motorcyclist approaching this junction. What should you do? And please refer to the image on your screens. A. Dip your headlights and keep near the left-hand curb. B. Slow down and be ready to stop. C. Speed up to clear the junction without delay. Or D. Stop as the car has right of way. And the correct answer is B. Slow down and be ready to stop. Look out for road signs warning of side roads even if you aren't turning off. A driver who is emerging may not be able to see you because of parked cars or because of the traffic. Slow down and be prepared to stop if necessary. Remember, no one has priority at unmarked crossroads. Next question. Your motorcycle is parked on a two-way road. How should you get on the motorcycle? A. From the left and apply the front brake. B. From the left and leave the brakes alone. C. From the right and apply the rear brake. Or D. From the right and leave the brakes alone. And the correct answer is A. From the left and apply the front brake. When you get onto a motorcycle, you should get on from the left. You should get on from the left side so that you avoid putting yourself in danger from passing traffic. You should also apply the front brake to prevent the motorcycle from rolling either forwards or backwards. Question number 5. You are riding in town at night. The roads are wet after it rained. How will the reflections from wet surfaces affect you? A. They will make it easier to see unlit objects. B. They will make it easier to stop. C. They will make it harder to accelerate. Or D. They will make it harder to see unlit objects. And the correct answer is D. They will make it harder to see unlit objects. After rain, the reflections from wet surfaces will make it hard to see any unlit objects. Make sure that your visor or goggles are clean so your vision is as clear as possible. Pedestrians will be difficult to see, especially if they are wearing dark clothing. Next question. You become cold when riding your motorcycle. How will this affect you? A. You will be more alert. B. You will be more relaxed. C. You will lose concentration. Or D. You will react more quickly. And the correct answer is C. You will lose concentration. It can be difficult to keep warm when you are riding a motorcycle. It's well worth buying good quality motorcycle clothing, which will help to keep you warm and is essential for your safety. If you get really cold while you are riding, you will find it difficult to concentrate on the road. Next question. You are riding at night and you are dazzled by the lights of an approaching vehicle. What should you do? A. Flash your headlights. B. Slow down and stop if necessary. C. Switch off your headlights. Or D. Switch to main beam. And the correct answer is B. Slow down and stop if necessary. If your view of the road ahead is restricted because you are being dazzled by approaching headlights, you need to slow down and, if needed, pull over and stop. Next question. Your motorcycle doesn't have linked brakes. In an emergency, what should you do to stop quickly? A. Apply the front brake just before the rear brake. B. Apply the front brake only. C. Apply the rear brake just before the front brake. Or D. Apply the rear brake only. And the correct answer is A. Apply the front brake just before the rear brake. You should plan ahead to avoid the need to stop suddenly, but if an emergency arises, you must be able to stop safely. Applying the front brake just before you apply the rear brake will help you to stop safely and quickly. Next question. Which of these may need to be adjusted when you are carrying a pillion passenger? A. The exhaust. B. Fairing. C. The headlights. Or D. The indicators. And the correct answer is C. The headlights. Your headlights must be properly adjusted to avoid dazzling other road users. You will probably need to do this when carrying a heavy load or the extra weight of a pillion passenger. You may also need to adjust the tire pressures and the suspension. Question number 10. Which road surface is most likely to reduce the stability of your motorcycle? A. Concrete. B. Loose gravel. C. Shell grip. Or D. Tarmac. And the correct answer is B. Loose gravel. Some road surfaces can affect the stability of a motorcycle far more than they affect other vehicles. So look out for loose or slippery road surfaces and be aware of any traffic around you. You may need to take avoiding action and change direction quickly. Question number 11. When may you stop on the hard shoulder of a motorway? A. If you feel tired and you need to rest. B. If you have gone past your exit. C. Only in an emergency. Or D. To answer your mobile phone. And the correct answer is C. Only in an emergency. You must not stop on the hard shoulder except in an emergency. Never use the hard shoulder to have a rest or to have a picnic, to answer a mobile phone or to check a road map. Also, you must not travel back along the hard shoulder if you've gone past your exit. Next question. Where should you take particular care to look out for other motorcyclists and cyclists? A. At junctions. B. At zebra crossings. C. On dual carriageways. Or D. On one-way streets. And the correct answer is A. At junctions. Other motorcyclists and cyclists may be difficult to see on the road, particularly when you are at junctions. If your view is blocked by other traffic, you may not be able to see them approaching. What should you check after adjusting the final drive chain? A. The front suspension forks. B. The rear shock absorber. C. The rear wheel alignment. Or D. The suspension adjustment. And the correct answer is the rear wheel alignment, C. Always check the rear wheel alignment after adjusting the final drive chain. Marks on the chain adjuster may be provided to make this easy. Incorrect alignment can cause instability and increased tire wear. Next question. You have adjusted your drive chain. If this isn't done properly, what problem could it cause? A. Excessive fuel consumption. B. Inaccurate speedometer reading. C. Incorrect rear wheel alignment. Or D. Loss of braking power. And the correct answer is C. Incorrect rear wheel alignment. After carrying out drive chain adjustment, you should always check the rear wheel alignment. Many motorcycles have alignment guides stamped onto the frame to help you do this correctly. Question number 15. You need to put air into your tires. How would you find out the correct pressure to use? A. By checking the registration document. B. By checking the vehicle handbook. C. It will be shown on the tire wall. Or D. It will be stamped on the wheel. And the correct answer is B. By checking the vehicle handbook. Tire pressures should be checked regularly. Look in your vehicle handbook for the correct pressures to use. Next question. You are carrying a pillion passenger. What should you adjust to allow for the extra weight? A. The balance of the rear wheel. B. The front and rear wheel alignment. C. The preload on the front forks. Or D. The preload on the rear shock absorber or absorbers. And the correct answer is D. The preload on the rear shock absorber or absorbers. When carrying a passenger or other extra weight, you may need to make adjustments, particularly to the rear shock absorbers, tire pressures, and headlight alignment. Check your vehicle handbook for details. Next question. Why should you check over your shoulder before you turn right into a side road? A. To check for emerging traffic. B. To check for overtaking vehicles. C. To confirm your intention to turn. Or D. To make sure that the side road is clear. And the correct answer is B. To check for overtaking vehicles. Take a check over your shoulder before committing yourself to a maneuver. This is especially important when you turn right, as other road users may not have seen your signal or they may not understand your intentions. Next question. What safeguard could you take against fire risks to your motorcycle? A. Avoid riding with a full tank of petrol. B. Check out any strong smell of petrol. C. Keep water levels above maximum. Or D. Use unleaded petrol. And the correct answer is B. check out any strong smell of petrol. The fuel in your motorcycle can be a dangerous fire hazard. Don't use a naked flame if you can smell fuel, and don't smoke when you are refueling. Next question. You are turning right onto a dual carriageway. What should you do before emerging? A. Check that there is enough room for vehicles behind you. B. Check the width of the central reservation. C. Position in the left gutter of the side road. Or D. Stop and then select a very low gear. And the correct answer is B. Check the width of the central reservation. Before emerging right onto a dual carriageway, make sure that the central reservation is wide enough to protect your motorcycle. If it's not wide enough, you should treat it as one road and check that it's clear in both directions before pulling out. Question number 20. What would make you more visible in daylight? A. Switching off your headlights. B. Wearing a black helmet. C. Wearing a brightly colored helmet. Or D. Wearing a dark jacket. And the correct answer is C. Wearing a brightly colored helmet. Wearing bright or fluorescent clothing will help other road users to see you. Wearing a light or brightly colored helmet can also make you more visible. Question number 21. What should you check after you have adjusted the tension on your drive chain? A. Rear wheel alignment. B. Side lights. C. Tire pressures. Or D. Valve clearances. Drive chains wear and they need frequent adjustment and lubrication. If the drive chain is worn or slack, it can jump off the sprocket and lock the rear wheel. When you have adjusted the chain tension, you need to check the rear wheel alignment. Marks by the chain adjusters may be provided to make this easier. Next question. You are riding at 70 miles per hour on a 3-lane motorway. There is no traffic ahead. Which lane should you use? A. Any lane. B. The left-hand lane. C. The middle lane. Or D. The right-hand lane. And the correct answer is B. The left-hand lane. Use the left-hand lane if the lane is free, regardless of the speed at which you are traveling. Next question. What is the national speed limit on a single carriageway? A. 40 miles per hour. B. 50 miles per hour. C. 60 miles per hour. Or D. 70 miles per hour. And the correct answer is C. 60 miles per hour. You don't have to ride at the speed limit. Use your own judgment and ride at a speed which suits the prevailing road, weather, and the traffic conditions. Next question. You are riding on a motorway. Unless signs show otherwise, what's the national speed limit? A. 50 miles per hour. B. 60 miles per hour. C. 70 miles per hour. Or D. 80 miles per hour. And the correct answer is C. 70 miles per hour. The national speed limit of 70 miles per hour applies to cars and motorcycles on the motorway unless they are towing a trailer. On smart motorway, this speed limit can be reduced and overhead signs will show you the new limit in force. Question number 25. You are involved in a collision with another vehicle. Someone is injured and your motorcycle is damaged. What should you find out? A. The occupation of the other driver. B. The other driver's vehicle insurance details. C. Whether the driver owns the other vehicle involved. Or D. Whether the other driver is licensed to drive. And the correct answer is B. The other driver's vehicle insurance details. If you are involved in a collision where someone is injured, your first priority is to warn other traffic and to call the emergency services. Make sure that you have all the information you need before you leave the scene, such as the other driver's name, phone number, and insurance details. Don't ride your motorcycle if it's unroadworthy. Next question. What does this road marking mean? Please pay attention to the picture on your screens. A. It's safe to overtake. B. Overtaking traffic should move back to the left. C. The road bends to the left. Or D. Traffic should use the hard shoulder. And the correct answer is B. Overtaking traffic should move back to the left. In this picture, the road marking shows that overtaking drivers or riders need to return to the left before they reach the hatch markings ahead. The hatch markings are designed to separate opposing streams of traffic, for example, approaching some junctions or dual carriageways. Next question. What is the national speed limit on motorways for cars and motorcycles? A. 30 miles per hour. B. 50 miles per hour. C. 60 miles per hour. Or D. 70 miles per hour. And the correct answer is D. 70 miles per hour. Traveling at the national speed limit doesn't allow you to hog the right-hand lane. Always use the left-hand lane whenever possible. When leaving a motorway, get into the left-hand lane well before your exit. Reduce your speed on the slip road and look out for sharp bends or curves and traffic queuing at roundabouts. Next question. Which sign means no entry? Sign A, sign B, sign C, or sign D? And the correct answer is sign D. So this sign means no entry. Look for and obey traffic signs. Disobeying or not seeing a sign could be dangerous. It may also be an offense for which you could be prosecuted. Next question. What does this sign mean? So as you can see, you've got the triangular shaped sign with a cycle. So what does the sign mean? A. Cycle in single file. B. Cycle route ahead. C. Cycles are not allowed. Or D. Cyclists must dismount. And the correct answer is B, cycle route ahead. Where there is a cycle route ahead, a sign will show a bicycle in a red warning triangle. Watch out for children on bikes and cyclists rejoining the main road. Question number 30. What does this sign mean? Again, you've got another triangle. A, adverse camber. B, airport. C, road noise. Or D, side winds. And the correct answer is D, side winds. A warning sign with a picture of a windsock indicates that there may be strong side winds. This sign is often found on exposed roads. Next question. You are about to overtake. What should you do when you see this sign? We have another triangular shaped sign. A, hold back until you can see clearly ahead. B, move to the right to get a better view. C, overtake the other driver as quickly as you possibly can. D, switch your headlights on before you overtake. And the correct answer is A, hold back until you can see clearly ahead. You won't be able to see any hazards that might be hidden in the dip. As well as oncoming traffic, the dip may conceal cyclists, horse riders, parked vehicles, or pedestrians on the road. Next question. You are approaching a junction where the traffic lights are not working. What should you do when a police officer gives this signal? A, continue ahead only. B, stop at the stop line. C, turn left only. Or D, turn right only. And the correct answer is B, stop at the stop line. When a police officer or a traffic warden is directing traffic, you must obey them. They will use the arm signals showed in the highway code. Learn what the signals mean and obey them. Next question. You are on a 3-lane motorway. There are red reflective studs on your left and white ones to your right. So, bearing this in mind, which lane are you in? A, in the left-hand lane. B, in the middle lane. C, in the right-hand lane. Or D, on the hard shoulder. And the correct answer is A, in the left-hand lane. The colors of the reflective studs on the motorway and their locations are red between the hard shoulder and the carriageway, white between lanes, amber between the carriageway and the central reservation, green along slip road exits and entrances, bright green or yellow at road works and contraflow systems. Next question. What should you do when you meet an obstruction on your side of the road? A, accelerate to get past first. B, carry on as you have priority. C, give way to oncoming traffic. Or D, wave oncoming vehicles through. And the correct answer is C, give way to oncoming traffic. Take care if you have to pass a parked vehicle on your side of the road. Give way to oncoming traffic if there isn't enough room for you both to continue safely. Question number 35. You have just gone through deep water. What should you do to make sure that your brakes are working properly? A. Accelerate and keep to a high speed for a short time. B. Avoid using the brakes at all for a few miles. C. Go slowly while gently applying the brakes. Or D. Stop for at least an hour to allow them time to dry. And the correct answer is C. Go slowly while gently applying the brakes. Water on the brakes will act as a lubricant, causing them to work less efficiently. Using the brakes lightly as you go along will quickly dry them out. Next question. What does this sign tell you? So here you have a rectangular shaped sign. A. The end of traffic calming zone. B. Free parking zone ends. C. No through road. Or D. No waiting zone ends. And the correct answer is D. No waiting zone ends. The blue and red circular sign on its own means that waiting restrictions are in force. This particular sign on your screens shows that you are leaving the controlled zone and waiting restrictions no longer apply. Next question. Some two-way roads are divided into 3 lanes. Why are these particularly dangerous? A. Traffic can overtake on the left. B. Traffic can travel faster in poor weather conditions. C. Traffic in both directions can use the middle lane to overtake. Or D. Traffic uses the middle lane for emergencies only. And the correct answer is C. Traffic in both directions can use the middle lane to overtake. If you intend to overtake, you must consider that approaching traffic could be planning the same maneuver. When you have considered the situation and decided it's safe, indicate your intentions early. This will show the approaching traffic that you intend to pull out. Next question. What is a statutory off-road notification, also known as SORN? A. A notification to tell DVLA that a vehicle isn't being used on the road. B. A notification to tell DVSA that a vehicle doesn't have a current MOT. C. Information held by insurance companies to check a vehicle is insured. Or D. Information kept by the police about the owner of a vehicle. And the correct answer is A. A notification to tell the DVLA that the vehicle is not being used on the road. If you want to keep a vehicle untaxed and off the public road, you must make a SORN. It's an offense not to do that. Your SORN is valid until your vehicle is taxed, sold, or scrapped. Next question. What is the aim of a smart motorway? A. To prevent overtaking. B. To prevent tailgating. C. To reduce congestion. Or D. To reduce rest stops. And the correct answer is C, to reduce congestion. Smart motorway schemes are intended to reduce congestion and make journey times more reliable. In these areas, the hard shoulder may be used as a running lane to ease congestion at peak times or in the case of an incident. Variable speed limits are used to help keep the traffic moving and to avoid bunching. Question number 40. Before starting a journey, it's wise to plan your route. How can you do this? A. Check your vehicle registration document. B. Contact your local garage. C. Look at a map. Or D. Look in your vehicle handbook. And the correct answer is C. Look at a map. Planning your journey before you set out can help to make it much easier and more pleasant, and may also help to ease traffic congestion. Look at a map to help you do this. You may need maps of different scales depending on where and how far you are going. Printing or writing out the route can also be helpful. Next question. What is the maximum fine for driving without insurance? A. Unlimited. B. £1,000. C. £500. Or D. £5,000. And the correct answer is A. Unlimited. Driving without insurance is a serious offense. As well as an unlimited fine, you may also be disqualified or incur penalty points. Next question. What does this signal from a police officer mean to oncoming traffic? A. Go ahead. B. Stop. C. Turn left. Or D. Turn right. And the correct answer is B. Stop. Police officers may need to direct traffic, for example, at a junction where the traffic lights have broken down. Check your copy of the highway code for the signals that they use. Next question. You arrive at the scene of a crash. Someone is bleeding badly from an arm wound. Nothing is embedded in it. What should you do? A. Apply pressure over the wound and keep the arm down. B. Apply pressure over the wound and raise the arm. C. Dab the wound. Or D. Get them a drink. And the correct answer is B. Apply pressure over the wound and raise the arm. If possible, lay the casualty down. Check for anything that may be in the wound. Apply firm pressure to the wound using clean material without pressing on anything that might be in it. Raising the arm above the level of the heart will also help to stem the flow of blood. Next question. What must you have when you apply to renew your vehicle tax? A. A valid driving license. B. The handbook. C. The vehicle's chassis number. Or D. Valid insurance. And the correct answer is D. Valid insurance. You can renew your vehicle tax online at post offices and vehicle registration offices or by phone. When you apply, make sure that you have all the relevant valid documents, including a valid MOT test certificate where applicable. Question number 45. Which of these signs warn you of a zebra crossing? Sign A, sign B, sign C, or sign D? And the correct answer is sign A. Look well ahead and check the pavements and surrounding areas for pedestrians. Look for anyone walking towards the crossing. Check your mirrors for traffic behind in case you have to slow down or stop. Next question. An adult casualty is not breathing. To maintain circulation, compressions should be given. What is the correct depth to press for each compression? A. 1 to 2 centimeters. B. 10 to 15 centimeters. C. 15 to 20 centimeters. Or D. 5 to 6 centimeters. And the correct answer is D. 5 to 6 centimeters. An adult casualty isn't breathing normally. To maintain circulation, place 2 hands on the center of the chest. Then press down hard and fast, around 5 to 6 centimeters and about twice a second. This is also known as CPR. Next question. At an incident, a small child is not breathing. To restore normal breathing, how should you breathe into their mouth? A. Gently. B. Heavily. C. Rapidly. Or D. Sharply. And the correct answer is A. Gently. If a young child stopped breathing, first check that their airway is clear. Then give compressions to the chest using one hand or 2 fingers for an infant and begin mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Breathe very gently and continue the procedure until they can breathe without help. Question number 48. At an incident, a casualty is not breathing. What should you do while helping them to start breathing again? A. Put their arms across their chest. B. Roll them onto their side. C. Shake them firmly. Or D. Tilt their head back gently. And the correct answer is D. Tilt their head back gently. It's important to make sure that the airways are clear before you start mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Gently tilt their head back and use your finger to check for and remove any obvious obstruction in the mouth. Question number 49. A tanker is involved in a collision. Which sign shows that it's carrying dangerous goods? Sign A, sign B, sign C, or sign D? And the correct answer is sign B. There will be an orange label on the side and the rear of the tanker. Look at this carefully and report what it says when you call the emergency services. Details of hazard warning plates are given in the highway code. Question number 50 and our last question for today. There has been a collision. A motorcyclist is lying injured and he's unconscious. Unless it's essential, why should you not usually attempt to remove their helmet? A. They might not want you to. B. They will get too cold if you remove the helmet. C. This could result in more serious injury. Or D. You could scratch the helmet. And the correct answer is C. This could result in more serious injury. When someone is injured, any movement that is not absolutely necessary should be avoided, since this could make the injuries even worse. Unless it's essential to remove a motorcyclist's helmet, it's generally safer to just leave the helmet in place. Scenario number 1. You are driving through an area where there are many pedestrians. There is a turning ahead with a red bordered round sign showing a car with a motorcycle above it. Outside town, the single carriageway road has double unbroken white center lines. You see several signs with brown backgrounds. You approach a traffic light that's showing green. The signal changes just before you reach it. So having this scenario in mind, question number 1 is, what's meant by the round sign described above? So by the same sign that you see on your screens right now. And let's have a look at our options. A. No large vehicles. B. No motor vehicles. C. No through road. Or D. No vehicle parking. And the correct answer is B. No motor vehicles. Next question. What do the lines along the center of the road tell you? So remember that outside town, the single carriageway road has double unbroken white center lines. So what do the lines tell you? A. No parking. B. No reversing. C. No speeding. Or D. No turning. And the correct answer is A. No parking. Next question. What is the national speed limit on the road outside of town? A. 40 miles per hour. B. 50 miles per hour. C. 60 miles per hour. Or D. 70 miles per hour. And the correct answer is C. 60 miles per hour. Next question. What details would you find on the brown signs? So remember that outside of town, where the single carriageway has double unbroken white center lines, you see several signs which have brown backgrounds. So what would you find on these signs? A. Cyclist information. B. Safety information. C. Tourist information. Or D. Weather information. And the correct answer is C. Tourist information. Next question. As the traffic lights change, what color signal would you see next? So after you've passed by all these brown traffic signs, you approach a traffic light which is showing green. So what color signal would you see next? A. A red light on its own. B. An amber light on its own. C. green and amber together, or D, red and amber together? And the correct answer is B, an amber light on its own. Let's move on now to scenario number 2. You have just bought your first car, so congratulations! The car you bought is a second-hand car. It passed the MOT, but the car's excise duty, also known as road tax, needs to be paid. You arrange and pay for the highest level of insurance cover available. You receive a cover note from your insurance company. You then go to the local post office to pay the car tax. So question number 1 is this. What is meant when a vehicle passes its MOT? A. The vehicle is a good bargain and the seats recline properly. B. The vehicle meets the minimum legal safety standards. C. The vehicle registration document is properly filled out. Or D. The vehicle's engine capacity is suitable for your needs. And the correct answer is B. The vehicle meets the minimum legal safety standards. And I do apologize if you hear a dog barking in the background. It's actually my neighbor's dog, and sadly there's not much I can do. Okay, let's move on to question number 2. When would you need to contact DVLA or the Driver and Vehicle Licensing Agency? So remember, you just bought your first car, okay? It's a second-hand car. The car passed the MOT, but you need to buy insurance. And you bought the insurance and received the cover note from your insurance company. So now, when do you need to contact the DVLA to let them know about your new car? A. If you change your employment status. B. If you change your name and address. C. If you choose to go abroad for a holiday. Or D. If you are told to do so by a traffic officer. And the correct answer is B. If you change your name and address. Next question. What is the highest level of insurance cover available? A. Complicated. B. Complimentary. C. Comprehensive. Or D. Compromising. And the correct answer is C. Comprehensive. Next question. What does the cover note give you? So remember that you bought the second-hand car, it passed the MOT, you bought insurance, you received a cover from the insurance company. So, what does this cover note give you? A. Comprehensive cover. B. No cover, it's a receipt. C. Permanent cover. Or D. Temporary cover. And the correct answer is D. Temporary cover. Next question. Which document must you show at the post office to tax your car? So remember, you bought the car, you got the insurance, the car passed the MOT, but you need to pay the road tax. So what documents do you need to show the post office to be able to pay the tax for your car? A. Birth certificate. B. Driving license. C. Insurance certificate. Or D. New keeper supplement. And the correct answer is D. New keeper supplement. And now we are moving on to scenario number 3. You witness a road traffic incident involving 3 vehicles. You stop your vehicle and quickly place a warning triangle on the road. Then you call the emergency services. You check on the people involved in the incident. Two people are slightly injured and another one is in shock. You stay with them until the emergency services arrive. While paramedics check the three casualties, you explain the situation to the police and you offer your own contact details. The officers then speak to the casualties. So, bearing in mind this scenario with a traffic incident, question number one is, how else could you have used your own vehicle to warn other traffic? A. By constantly sounding the horn. B. By leaving headlights on main beam. C. By parking it in the middle of the road. Or D. By switching on the hazard warning lights. And the correct answer is D. By switching on the hazard warning lights. Question number 2. Apart from casualty information, what details would you need to give to the emergency services? A. Driving license details. B. Insurance information. C. Location of the incident. Or D. Time and date of your call. And the correct answer is C. The location of the incident. Question number 3. How should you deal with a person suffering from shock? Remember the car incident which involved 3 vehicles. You have the casualties there. One person, however, is in shock. So, how should you deal with this person? A. Find out their full name, then leave them alone. B. Offer some water, then sit them down somewhere. C. Offer them a cigarette and get them a hot drink. Or D. Stay with them and reassure them confidently. And the correct answer is D. Stay with them and reassure them confidently. Question number 4. Why would you provide your own details? So you are the one who is explaining this situation to the police and so you give them your details. So why would you give your own details? A. You might be required to supply a witness statement. B. You need the police to keep you informed of progress. C. You want to get your triangular warning sign back later. Or D. You are interested in becoming involved in emergency work. And the correct answer is A. You might be required to supply a witness statement. Question number 5. Which documents would police officers normally ask to see from the people involved in the incident? A. The driving license and insurance certificate. B. The insurance certificate and the birth certificate. C. The MOT certificate and the driving license. Or D. The vehicle registration certificate and the MOT certificate. And the correct answer is A. The driving license and the insurance certificate. And let's now move on to scenario number 4. You and your family are going on holiday. You will be the one driving. You are loading a newly purchased roof rack on your estate car. Your partner is helping 2 young children with their seat belts in the rear seats. The family dog Shadow will be traveling in the rear compartment of the car. Once all of you are ready to go, you call at the service station to buy fuel and make some final checks. So question number 1 is this. How could the full roof rack affect the vehicle's handling? A. Improve the journey time. B. Increase the road holding. C. Protect the paintwork. Or D. Reduce the stability. And the correct answer is D. Reduce the stability. Next question. How should Shadow be secured for safety? Remember that Shadow is the family dog. And Shadow will be in the rear compartment of the car. A. He should be secured in a cardboard box. B. In a child's seat belt. C. In a plastic dog bed. Or D. In a special harness. And the correct answer is D. In a special harness. Next question. Who is responsible for making sure that the children wear the appropriate seat belt or child restraint? A. The children. B. The driver. C. The parent. Or D. The police. And the correct answer is B. The driver. Next question. Which one of these actions could help reduce the estate car's fuel consumption? A. Braking and accelerating as quickly as possible. B. Fitting extra spoilers and larger wing mirrors. C. Increasing tire pressures and opening windows. Or D. Removing the roof rack when it isn't being used. And the correct answer is D. Removing the roof rack when it isn't being used. Next question. What should you check at the filling station? So remember that you got settled in your car with your family for your journey, and now you made a stop at the filling station to buy fuel and make some final checks. So the question is, what should you check at the filling station? A. For any spilled fuel around the vehicle on the station forecourt. B. That none of your luggage has been left behind. C. That the weather forecast for the journey is good. Or D. That there is appropriate pressure in all 4 tires plus the spare. And the correct answer is D. That there is appropriate pressure in all 4 tires plus the spare tire. And this round sign indicates prohibition. So this is something you must not do. The sign means no vehicles. This empty looking sign alerts drivers that access to an area is prohibited. According to the highway code, the no vehicles means any vehicles including cars, vans and motorbikes. They are banned from accessing the area indicated. However, pedestrians who are pushing a pedal cycle by hand, they are allowed to pass. Sign number 2. And this is it. This red triangular sign indicates a warning, an upcoming hazard. This sign means tank. This warning sign is usually displayed where the army practices the tank and armored vehicle training, and the sign is meant to inform motorists that slow-moving military vehicles are likely to be in or crossing the road. Depending on the size of the military vehicle, it could take up more than one lane on the motorway or on a major A road, and it's usually slow-moving and very unlikely to be anywhere near the speed limit of 70 miles per hour. These road warning signs are quite uncommon in England, and there are none displayed on the trunk road network in Scotland. But it's very important to be alert to what these signs mean if you ever find yourself around a tank or armored vehicle training ground. And our next sign is sign number 3. This red triangular sign indicates a warning, an upcoming hazard. And the sign means wild horses or ponies likely to be in the road ahead. Please don't confuse this sign with the one which is advising drivers of accompanied horses or ponies likely to be crossing the road, as this particular sign indicates wild horses or ponies. Basically, this sign is warning motorists to pay attention and look out for any horses or ponies which may gallop across the road or just grazing at the side of the carriageway. With several signs in England, Scotland, and Wales, this sign is quite rare across the strategic road network, but it's significant for motorists to be aware if they ever come across one. Next sign, and this is it. This red triangular sign indicates a warning, an upcoming hazard. This sign means wild fowl likely to be in the road ahead. This sign warns drivers that there is likely to be wild fowl in the road, including birds such as ducks, swans, and geese, which live close to ponds or rivers. Ducks often they cross the road with their ducklings in tow, completely unaware of any oncoming traffic. So if you do see this sign, please remember to pay attention and slow down in case that the birds they decide to wander into the road. And sign number 5 is the following. This sign. This is another red triangular sign which indicates a warning, so an upcoming hazard of some kind. This sign means Ford ahead. Please don't confuse the sign with the UK car manufacturer Ford. This sign really means that there is shallow water in the road where vehicles can cross. So you need to make sure that you use caution when you see the warning. A ford is defined as a shallow place in a river or a stream, allowing someone to walk or to drive across. However, after heavy rainfall, you need to be careful because the water may have risen to a point which is dangerous for some vehicles to tackle. And our next sign is this. Another red triangular sign which indicates a warning or an upcoming hazard. And this particular sign means railway level crossing without gate or barrier ahead. This is one of the rarest signs in the UK and is positioned before a level crossing where a railway line crosses a road and informs drivers that there is no gate or barrier present. When you approach this sign, you must stop and you must give way to any trains, just like you would at a standard road junction. These particular signs are mainly seen on quieter roads, and that's why only 3 can be found on the strategic road network in Wales, and there are none of these signs on the Scottish or English motorways or major A roads. Sign number 7 is this. And this red triangular sign again indicates a warning or an upcoming hazard. And judging by what it says under the sign, you might understand what it means. It means migratory toads crossing. This road sign warns drivers to beware of toads crossing the road. So you need to proceed cautiously or you may have to change routes. These signs are most common in early spring to help amphibians reach their spawning grounds. Sign number 8. This red triangular sign again indicates another warning or an upcoming hazard. Although it looks kind of antique, or old, this sign means horse-drawn vehicles. Even though, like I said, it seems like an old sign, not from this century, it's still used on roads around the UK. It means that horse-drawn vehicles will likely be using the road ahead, which may make it slow and difficult to move past, so please be extra cautious. Next sign is this. This green rectangular sign indicates directions on primary routes. So we are looking at the green sign here. This sign means start of a designated quiet lane. The purpose of quiet lanes is to maintain the character of minor rural roads by seeking to contain rising widespread traffic growth in rural areas. Requirements to be identified as a quiet lane and to get a sign include having less than 1,000 vehicles travel through a day and having a traffic speed of less than 35 miles per hour. These signs are usually on narrow single track roads, so you won't be seeing them in busy cities. Sign number 10. And this is the one. This red triangular sign indicates a warning or an upcoming hazard. The sign means quayside or riverbank. It's extremely important that you know the meaning of this sign, as it could prevent a catastrophe for drivers who don't know the sign. It's a warning to drivers that they are coming to the end of a road and they are approaching either a riverside or a quayside, and they may not be able to see the edge. And our next sign is this. Sign number 11. Kind of looks like an exploding car, right? This round sign actually indicates prohibition, something you must not do. The sign means no vehicles carrying explosives. And no, it's not actually an exploding car, okay? So please don't worry there. The sign means that no explosives are allowed in the area, so it only applies to a few motorists who are carrying dangerous loads. So please stay clear if you do have a car full of fireworks, for example. Sign number 12. It's very similar to our previous sign, but there is a bit of a difference there. So this is a red circular sign which indicates prohibition, something you must not do. And it means no horse-drawn vehicles. This sign is still in use today, so if you are planning on arriving to your wedding, for example, in a horse and carriage, watch out for this rare road sign. Next sign is this. It's very similar to our other sign with the riverbank, but this is slightly different. So this red triangular sign indicates a warning or an upcoming hazard. The sign means water course alongside the road ahead. It literally means water course along road ahead. So if you see one of these signs, watch your speed and approach with caution. And if you have a look at the photo that you see on your screen right now, you can see that on the left-hand side, you have water there on the side of the road. So basically, it's kind of obvious. Okay, moving on to our next sign. Sign number 14, which is this. And again, this red triangular sign indicates a warning or an upcoming hazard. The sign means steep hill upwards, and the sign is used to alert drivers of hills on the road ahead. Steep hills upward show an incline to the right of the sign. The percentage shown refers to the tangent of the angle ahead and is sometimes expressed as a ratio on some of older signs. You may notice that the gradient of a hill becomes steeper as you drive, so always look out for new signs. It's important to stay in a low gear to prevent your engine struggling to deliver more power than necessary. So although this particular sign is showing you steep hill upwards, you also have steep hill downwards, which is going to be kind of like the opposite of the angle of this sign here. Sign number 15. And that's this sign, which is very bright, isn't it? This red triangular sign indicates, again, a warning or an upcoming hazard. And as you can see underneath this sign, you also have written hidden dip. This sign means other danger or a hidden dip. Many drivers believe that an exclamation mark in a red triangle is only used to warn of a hidden dip in the road. But the sign can also indicate any temporary or permanent hazards which aren't easily represented by using symbols. So please drive more cautiously and keep your eye out for a second sign for more details about the hazard. Next sign. I wonder what is the first thing that comes to your mind when you see this sign. But anyway, the sign is a red triangular sign, which again indicates another warning or an upcoming hazard. And this sign means electrified overhead cable ahead. It shows that there are potentially overhead electrical hazards above the road. You might see this sign near a railway or tram cables, and they will usually be paired with a plate informing you of the maximum safe height for vehicles. You won't need to worry if you are, for example, in a car or on a motorbike, but tall vehicles such as lorries, they need to ensure that they can fit to avoid damage to their vehicle roof and the cables. And let's have a look at sign number 17. This is a blue circular sign and it indicates a mandatory instruction. And this particular sign means minimum speed limit. The sign is telling you that it's actually illegal to drive at under 30 miles per hour in this particular case. It's a minimum speed limit sign. These signs exist in places where there are specific reasons for which driving under a set speed might be dangerous or cause congestion. For example, in tunnels. So not all of the signs will show you 30 miles per hour, but this type of signs, it means that you must not drive under the minimum speed limit. It's actually illegal. Sign number 18. This is actually a sign that I found in my area and I took a photo of it because I found it quite interesting. I'm not sure if you've come across it yourself. But this circular or heart-shaped sign possibly indicates prohibition, something you must not do. And I say possibly because it's not 100% confirmed in all of the areas in the UK, but you will understand a bit better just as I explained to you the whole meaning of it. So this sign means a maximum speed limit of 20 miles per hour. And like I said, and according to my research, this is a fairly new sign which is not yet implemented in all the councils in the UK. And Wales was, in fact, one of the first countries in the world and the first nation in the United Kingdom to introduce legislation to have a default 20 miles per hour speed limit. And this kind of sign is usually found in quiet areas. Each council, each local council in England, they decide how to implement this speed limit and where. And and according to my research, residents of a certain area, they can also ask for this to be implemented. And yeah, like I said, is usually found in quiet areas, also areas around school, and where children might be crossing, playgrounds and stuff like that. And our next sign is number 19. This is another one which I found in my area, and it's not exactly a traffic sign, but I would like to think that it's considered a road sign. So this square-shaped sign indicates a vehicle restraint system and terminal. This sign means, along with the barrier behind the sign, a road safety barrier, commonly known as a crash barrier, a protective structure strategically placed along roads to prevent vehicles from leaving the roadway or from colliding with obstacles. In this case, you might see obstacles like the fence and the woodland area in this photo. These restraint systems, they play a vital role in reducing the severity of accidents and protecting drivers, passengers, and pedestrians. Sign number 20. And this is the sign. So this circular sign indicates prohibition, something that you must not do. It's very similar to the heart-shaped sign that I showed you, but this one is a circle sign. And this sign is a local speed limit of 20 miles per hour. Local councils, they can introduce their own speed limits, but this must be clearly signed. Look for any signs featuring a number within a red circle. In areas where vulnerable road users, such as children and cyclists, are frequently found, a 20-mile-per-hour limit is often enforced. This could be on small residential roads or near schools, and they are often enforced by traffic calming measures like speed bumps and chicanes to physically slow cars down. Sign number 21. This is it. This red rectangular sign indicates a warning, an upcoming hazard. This sign means that it's a temporary sign set to warn drivers of a permanent change in the road layout ahead. These signs are usually temporary and they have a date of completion on the back for when any kind of works will end. There might also be other temporary instruction signs. Sign number 22. I know that we don't have, the lockdowns anymore, but this is a sign which I found, and myself personally, I've never come across this kind of sign, but I'm sure that they were in many places in the UK during lockdown. So this rectangular red sign indicates a warning or an upcoming hazard. And this is a sign for pedestrians which indicates that they should observe social distancing. These signs are usually temporary and they have a date of expiry on the back. So I doubt that you will find this kind of signs any longer. It was during the COVID lockdown. Sign number 23. And this is another sign which I came across whilst I was living in London. So this circular sign shows the entrance to a specific facility or public building, if you will. And this particular sign in the photo means that there is an underground train or a tube station or a train station, if you will. You will most likely hear about tube stations if you live in London. The road sign shows that the round sign shows that there is an underground railway station, and the public subway text underneath the sign means that there is also a pedestrian route under the road to get to the train station. Sign number 24. Yes, it's actually a sign. This red rectangular sign indicates a warning or an upcoming hazard. The cat's eye removed sign means that there are no small reflectors in the middle of the road. These reflectors are more commonly known as cat's eyes. So that's why it says on it cat's eyes removed. And our last sign for today is this particular sign. Have you ever come across this sign before? This blue rectangular sign indicates a positive instruction or information. This sign indicates that the road is splitting into an HOV lane, also known as high occupancy vehicle lane. This kind of works similar to a bus lane. So HOV lanes are for vehicles other than lorries which are carrying at least one passenger as well as the driver. That's why you have the 2+ symbol on the sign. According to the Department for Transport, the aim of these lanes is to reduce traffic congestion by encouraging car sharing. So they want to convince people to kind of, travel together so that it minimizes the numbers of cars on the roads, which in turn eases congestion and reduces pollution from vehicles. Similar to carpooling in the US, and I think we could say that Uber kind of also fits in with the definition. This particular sign, which is on your screens, is telling you that there are two lanes of traffic, both traveling up the road, but you are only allowed to drive in the left-hand lane at certain times if you have at least two people in the car. Between Monday and Friday, between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m., and between 4 p.m. and 6 p.m., in this particular sign, you have to have a passenger. There are cameras which enforce this rule, so if you do not have a passenger and you are on your own as the driver in the car, you will get a fine. So wherever you see this sign, it might not be the same timings and the same days, but obviously the sign will indicate the times of day and the days. And yeah, I saved the weirdest UK traffic sign to the last. And yeah, this is a lot to take in, the last traffic sign, and it's a lot to remember. But you can kind of get some pointers from the sign which will make it easier for you to remember, such as the number there, which indicates how many people can be in the car, and then also you have the timings on there. And the sign means 10 miles to the next motorway service area. You will find this sign after a junction, and the sign shows the distance that you have to travel to reach the next services. Next services meaning a petrol station, a place to eat, a restaurant, maybe a hotel or some place to sleep as well. And let's move on to our next sign, which is this. Again, we've got another rectangular sign, and this one is white in color. And the sign means 100 yards to a junction ahead, which is controlled by a stop sign. And the sign indicates that the drivers are approaching a junction controlled by a stop sign and is 100 yards ahead. Next sign. This is another rectangular sign, and it's green in color. The sign means 100 yards to a roundabout or the next point at which traffic may leave a non-primary route. This sign is a countdown marker on the approach to a roundabout or an exit from a non-primary route. There may be 3 signs spaced at equal intervals along the approach. This sign, which has one white bar, indicates that it is 100 yards away. And our next sign is this. This one is very similar to our previous sign, but this is blue in color and it has a white bar. The sign means 100 yards to a roundabout or the next point at which traffic may leave a route. This countdown marker will be placed to the side of the motorway and shows that you are 100 yards from the start of a deceleration lane. Sign number 5 is the following. Very similar to the previous one. It's also blue in color and with a white bar. However, this bar is in the opposite direction of the previous sign. And this sign indicates 100 yards to a roundabout or the next point at which traffic may leave a route. These countdown markers are found at the exit from motorway. And at approaches to concealed level crossings, white backed markers with red bars may be used. Even though this will be placed at equal distances, the bars do not represent 100-yard intervals, so please don't confuse them. The ones which you will find at the crossings, remember that they that they are white in color and they have a red bar. Next sign. And this is another rectangular green sign with a white bar. And the sign means 100 yards to a roundabout or the next point at which traffic may leave a primary route. This is a countdown marker on the approach to a roundabout or to an exit from a primary route. There may be 3 signs spaced at equal intervals along the approach. This one, which has one white bar, only indicates that the approach is 100 yards away. And this is our next sign. Again, is rectangular in shape and it's green in color, but this sign has 2 white bars. And this sign means 200 yards to a roundabout or the next point at which traffic may leave a non-primary route. And again, this is also a countdown marker on the approach to a roundabout or an exit from a non-primary route. There may be 3 signs spaced at equal intervals along the approach. This sign in particular with 2 white bars, sorry for the error in the text on your screen. So this one with 2 white bars indicates that the approach is 200 yards away. So maybe it's easier for you to remember 1 bar means 100 yards, 2 bars mean 200 yards. And our next sign is this. This is another rectangular sign, blue in color, and this one has 2 white bars, which means 200 yards to a roundabout or the next point at which traffic may leave a route. This countdown marker will be placed to the side of the motorway and show that you are 200 yards from the start of a deceleration lane. And this sign it's very similar to our previous signs, but if you pay attention, the bars, they are in the opposite direction. This sign means 200 yards to a roundabout or the next point at which traffic may leave a route. You will find this countdown marker at an exit from the motorway. Each bar represents 100 yards to the exit. So this particular sign is 200 yards to the exit. And our sign number 10 is the following. We have another rectangular sign. This time it's green in colors with 2 white bars in the opposite direction than our previous sign. And this sign means 200 yards to a roundabout or the next point at which traffic may leave a primary route. This is a countdown marker again, and it's found on the approach to a roundabout or to an exit from a primary route. And the primary route would be a motorway. There may be 3 of these signs placed at equal intervals along the approach. This particular sign with 2 white bars indicates that the approach is 200 yards away. And our next sign is this. This is a very interesting sign. I'm not sure that I've come across this particular sign in my travels, if you will. But anyway, this is another rectangular sign and it's blue in color. And the sign means 200 yards to escape lane ahead for vehicles unable to stop on a steep hill. So those vehicles unable to stop on a hill are instructed of the direction to take if they need to use an escape lane to stop on a steep hill, which is located 200 yards in front. This may happen because of brake failure, but escape lanes are designed to slow out of control vehicles down. So it's basically kind of like an emergency lane, if you will, or if you think that you can remember it better this way. Think about escape like you have to get away from something, right? Okay, next sign is this. Very similar to our previous sign. Again, it's rectangular in shape and blue in color, but please pay attention because there is a slight difference here. So this particular sign means 200 yards to escape lane to the left for vehicles unable to stop on a steep hill. Vehicles unable to stop on the hill are instructed to use the left turn that is 200 yards ahead if they need to use an escape lane to stop on a steep hill. This may happen, like I mentioned, with our previous signs because of a brake failure, but escape lanes, they are generally designed to slow down vehicles which are out of control. And our next sign is this. Another rectangular sign, green in color, and this time you have 3 white bars on it. This particular sign means 300 yards to a roundabout or the next point at which traffic may leave a non-primary route. This is another countdown marker on the approach to a roundabout or an exit from a non-primary route. There may be 3 signs spaced at equal intervals along the approach. This sign in particular, with the 3 white bars, indicates that the approach is 300 yards away. So basically, when you have these 3 signs, you will first have the 300 yards, then the 200 yards, then the 100 yards. And moving on to our next sign, which is this. Very similar to the previous one, however, this one is blue in color. And this one means 300 yards to a roundabout or the next point at which traffic may leave a route. This countdown marker will be placed to the side of the motorway and show that you are 300 yards from the start of a deceleration lane. And our sign number 15 is this one. Again, very similar to the previous sign because it's blue in color. However, if you pay closer attention, the white bars on this sign are in the opposite direction to the previous sign. And this sign means 300 yards to a roundabout or the next point at which traffic may leave a route. And our next sign is this, very similar to the previous one, but this one is green in color. And this one means 300 yards to a roundabout or to the next point at which traffic may leave a primary route. This is another countdown marker on the approach to a roundabout or an exit from a primary route. There may be 3 signs which are spaced at equal intervals along the approach. This one with the 3 white bars indicates that the exit is 300 yards away. And let's have a look at our next sign, which is this one. This is another rectangular sign, and this time is white in color. And this sign means 400 yards ahead to hazard. This sign indicates the distance to a hazard ahead and will be accompanied by another sign with an image indicating the nature of the hazard. And let's have a look at our next sign. This is another rectangular shaped sign, white in color. And this sign means 50 yards to a junction ahead, which is controlled by a giveaway sign. There is a giveaway sign being used to control a junction which is 50 yards ahead. Next question. Or should I say next sign, which is this. Again, you have another rectangular sign, white in color. This one means, as it says on the sign, accident ahead. Because of an accident in the road ahead, drivers should continue with caution and they should also adjust their speed accordingly. And sign number 20 is the following. This is a triangular shaped sign, white in color with red. So I think that you already know by now, triangular signs equal warnings, right? But let's see what this sign means. This sign means accompanied horses or ponies are likely to be in or crossing the road ahead. The road ahead is likely to be used by accompanied ponies and horses who may need to cross, so you should approach with caution. And our next sign is this. This is another rectangular sign and is white in color with some black on it as well. And this sign means additional traffic joining from the left ahead, non-primary route. This sign alerts drivers on the slip road that they will be joining the main carriageway of a non-primary route ahead, leading to the addition of a lane. And our following sign is very similar to our previous sign. However, this one is white in color with green. And let's see what this sign actually means. It means that additional traffic lane is joining from the left ahead. This sign will be displayed on a slip road and shows that you will be joining the main carriageway to the left, creating an extra lane. And our next sign is this. This one is again another rectangular sign, and this is blue in color with some white on it as well. And this sign means additional traffic lane joining from the left ahead in 200 yards. Traffic on the main carriageway has priority over the joining traffic. This sign warns you that in 200 yards, an extra lane of traffic will merge from the left. You have priority over vehicles joining the motorway. However, please proceed with caution. And our next sign is this. This is another rectangular sign and is white in color. It's got some black as well. And this sign means additional traffic lane joining from the left ahead, non-primary routes. This sign alerts drivers on the main carriageway of a non-primary route that a slip road is joining ahead from the left, leading to the addition of a lane. A panel indicating the distance before this happens may be shown alongside this sign. Sign number 25. Another rectangular sign, green in color. And this sign means additional traffic lane joining from the left in 200 yards. Traffic on main carriageway has priority over joining traffic from the right-hand lane of the slip road, primary routes. This sign alerts drivers on the main carriageway of a primary route that a two-lane slip road is joining ahead from the left, leading to the addition of one lane in 200 yards. Traffic on the main carriageway has priority over the merging traffic. And let's see our next sign, which is this sign. And this sign means additional traffic lane joining from the right ahead. This sign will be displayed on the main carriageway and shows that the slip road will be joining in the main carriageway from the left, thus creating an extra lane. And our next sign is this. You've got another rectangular green sign. And this sign means additional traffic lane joining from the right ahead. Traffic in the right-hand lane joins the main carriageway. Traffic on the main carriageway has priority over joining traffic, primary route. This sign alerts drivers on the two-lane slip road that they will be joining the main carriageway of a primary route ahead, leading to the addition of one lane. Traffic on the main carriageway has priority over the merging traffic. And let's have a look at our next question. Or should I say sign. This one is another rectangular sign, and this time is blue in color. And this particular sign means additional traffic lanes joining from the right ahead. Traffic on the main carriageway has priority over joining traffic. This sign would be displayed on the slip road and shows that the right-hand lane will be merging with the acceleration lane and the left-hand lane will be joining the main carriageway as a lane gain. And our next question or sign is this, which is another rectangular sign, blue in color. This sign means advance warning of a mandatory height restriction ahead. And if you remember your signs, round signs, mandatory, red, mandatory. Okay, so let's see what we know about this sign. This sign provides road users prior warning of a compulsory height restriction on the route ahead. So if you pay attention to this particular sign, in the round shape you have 4.4 meters, so this is the height. And sign number 30 is the following. Another rectangular shaped sign, white in color. This sign means adverse camber on a bend or roundabout. There is an adverse camber on a roundabout or bend. An adverse camber is where part of the road surface is higher than another part of the road, which may cause vehicles to wobble. And let's have a look at our next sign. Another rectangular white sign. This sign means maximum speed of 30 miles per hour advised at a bend or other hazard. And sign number 32 is this sign, which is a triangle, white and red. And this sign means agricultural vehicles likely to be in the road ahead. There is a risk that farm traffic and agricultural vehicles will be using the road ahead, which may be slow-moving and difficult to pass. Sign number 33. This is another sign, white in color. And this sign means all vehicles prohibited during the time indicated except for access. During the stated time, in this particular case between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m., all vehicles are prohibited from using this route unless using it for access only. And let's have a look at our next sign, which is this. This is a round white and red sign. And the sign means all vehicles are prohibited except for pedal cycles being pushed by pedestrians. All vehicles other than pedal cycles that are being pushed by pedestrians are prohibited from using this route. Sign number 35. This is another rectangular sign, white and black. And the sign means all vehicles prohibited from Play Street during the period indicated except for access. During the stated period, in this case between 8 a.m. to sunset, all vehicles are prohibited from using Play Street for any reason other than for access. And our next sign is this big and bold round red sign. And this sign means another train or tram car may be about to pass over the level crossing. This sign indicates that another train or a tram car is potentially about to cross a level crossing. And our next sign is the following. This is another white and black sign with a red bar. And this sign means appropriate traffic lanes for different maneuvers at a junction after a break in a bus lane. At an upcoming junction, there will be a break in the bus lane. Where this happens, other traffic may use the left-hand lane for turning left only. And our next sign is this, a rectangular blue colored sign. And the sign means appropriate traffic lanes for different maneuvers at a junction ahead. This sign shows which lane you should be in if you wish to perform any of the displayed maneuvers. And our next sign is the following. This one is a square brown sign. And the sign means tourist symbol for England and Wales, house of historic or architectural importance. So please remember, brown color is tourist. And the sign shows the tourist symbol for a historic house which may be of architectural interest in England and Wales. Sign number 40. This sign is another square white and black sign, and I'm quite sure a lot of you know already what it means. But anyway, the sign means area in which cameras are used to enforce the speed limit regulations. This sign warns drivers that speed cameras are in use in this area to enforce speed limits. And our next sign is this, which is a big, bright red rectangular sign. And it's quite obvious what it means by what it says on it. So the sign means the area is infected by animal disease ahead. The area you are entering is an area with infected animals and where you might find animals that are a potential rabies risk. Next sign. This one is another square brown sign. And the sign means tourist symbol for England only, museum or art gallery. This sign shows the tourist symbol for a museum or an art gallery, but only in England. And our next sign is this rectangular blue sign. This sign means availability of motorway service areas ahead with distances and names of operators. This sign shows the next service areas, including those on other motorways if they can be reached by junction before the second service area. It includes the name of the operators. And let's have a look at our next sign, number 44, and this one is a rectangular white sign. The sign means length of road where two cameras are used to measure the average speed of a vehicle between 2 points. This sign marks a stretch of road where two cameras measure the average speed of vehicles between 2 points. And sign number 45 is this. This one is another rectangular white sign. And the sign means bay reserved for loading and unloading by goods vehicles. This sign tells you that this particular bay is for goods vehicles to load and unload. No other vehicles may be parked here. Next sign is this. This one is a square white sign. And it means bay reserved for loading and unloading by goods vehicles during the period indicated. This sign will tell you that this bay is for goods vehicles to load and unload during the times shown. In this particular sign, between Monday to Saturday, between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. So during this time, no other vehicles may park there. And our next sign is this. This is another rectangular sign, white and yellow. And the sign means the bay is reserved for loading and unloading by goods vehicles during the period indicated and waiting prohibited during the period indicated. Sign number 48 is this. This is another square brown sign. The sign means tourist symbol for England and Wales. In this particular case, beach. This sign shows the tourist symbol for a beach in England and in Wales. And our next sign is the following. Triangular shaped sign, white and red. The sign means bend ahead to the right. This sign warns that the road ahead has a right-hand bend in it that may require you to slow down. Sign number 50. This is a rectangular brown sign, and the sign means tourist symbol for England and Wales, in this case a bird garden. This sign will show the tourist symbol for a bird garden in England and Wales. Next sign. This is a rectangular rounded white sign. And it means blasting danger ahead. There is a danger of blasting ahead, so you may hear a sudden loud noise. This could be near a mine, a quarry, or at a construction zone. Next sign is this. This is another rectangular white sign, and the sign means blind children are likely to cross the road ahead. Drivers are warned that they are approaching an area where there is a higher likelihood of blind children crossing the road, so they should adjust their speed down accordingly in case they need to stop suddenly. Next sign is this. This is another rectangular white sign, and the sign means blind pedestrians likely to cross the road ahead. Very similar to the other sign, but this time it applies to blind pedestrians in general, not only children. Drivers, again, are warned that they are approaching an area where there is a higher likelihood of blind people crossing the road, so they should adjust their speed down accordingly in case they need to stop suddenly. And our next sign is this, another rectangular white sign, and this sign means blind summit ahead. A blind summit is ahead in the road where, at the top of a hill, drivers may lose sight of the road as they go over the top of the hill. Sign number 55 is this. This is a square brown sign, and the sign means a tourist symbol for England and Wales, in this case 10-pin bowling. This sign shows the tourist symbol for 10-pin bowling in England and Wales. Our next sign is this. This one is another square white sign, and the sign means bus lane on road at junction ahead. From this sign, drivers know that a bus lane lies ahead at an upcoming junction. Next sign. This one is another square, but this time a blue color sign. And the sign means bus lane with traffic proceeding from both ways. Reminder for pedestrians. This sign marks a bus lane. It also includes a reminder for pedestrians that the traffic in this lane is approaching from both directions. Hence, it says on the sign, look both ways. And our next sign is this, which is a square blue sign and also a rectangle white sign. And this sign means parking place for buses. This sign marks places where only buses may park with no time limits. And let's have a look at our next sign, which is another square white sign. Or is it a rectangle? This sign means a stopping place for buses. This sign labels places where buses may stop, allowing passengers to board or leave the vehicle. Sign number 60. This is a square brown sign. This sign means stopping place for buses used for carrying tourists to allow passengers to take photographs. This is a sign to identify a place where only tourist buses may stop, allowing their passengers to take photos. So this particular sign tells you that you can take photos only between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. or it's a photo stop only from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Next sign, we have another rectangular white sign, and this sign means buses and cycles excluded from restriction or prohibition conveyed by associated sign. This sign explains that any prohibition outlined in an accompanying sign does not apply to either buses or cycles. Next sign. This is a round sign, a blue in color, and it also has a rectangular white colored sign. And this sign means route for use by buses and cycles only. This sign marks a route which only buses and cycles are permitted to use. Next sign. This one is a round blue sign. The sign means route for use by buses and tram cars only. This sign marks a route which only buses and tram cars are allowed to use. And let's have a look at our next sign. Another round blue sign. This sign means it's a route for use by buses, pedal cycles, and taxis only. This sign marks a route which only buses, cycles, and taxis are allowed to use. And let's move on to sign number 65. This is a rectangular blue in color sign. The sign means entrance to bus station, depot, or garage. This sign tells us that certain entrances are prohibited to all traffic except for buses. These signs can be seen at the entrances to bus garages, bus stations, or bus depots. And our next sign is this. We have another rectangular white in color sign. And the sign means bypass of cattle grid for horse-drawn vehicles. This sign shows horse-drawn vehicles an alternative route for them to use at a cattle grid. And our following sign is this, which is a rectangular brown sign. And this sign means camping and caravan site 300 yards ahead. This sign shows that a camping and a caravan site is ahead, indicating the distance. Either the tent or the caravan symbol may be left out to reflect which facilities are available. The name of the site may also be shown on this sign. And our next sign is the following. Another brown color sign. This sign means camping and caravan site 300 yards in the direction indicated. The sign marks the approach to a camping and caravan site, indicating the distance and the direction as well. Either the tent or the caravan symbol may be left out to reflect which facilities are available. Next sign is a square brown sign, and the sign means tourist symbol for England and Wales, castle of historic or architectural interest in this particular case. This sign shows the tourist symbol for a castle in England and Wales. And let's have a look at sign number 70. This is another rectangular white in color sign. The sign means supervised cattle crossing 200 yards ahead. This sign warns that there is a cattle crossing ahead in 200 yards that is supervised. Next sign. This is a triangular white and red sign. And the sign means cattle grid ahead. The road ahead is crossed with a cattle grid. Next sign, we have another triangular white and red sign. This sign means cattle likely to be in the road ahead. Cattle are a possible risk on the road ahead, so drivers should continue with caution. Next sign, we have a square yellow sign here, which means center lane of a 3-lane single carriageway road closed. This sign indicates that the central lane of a single carriageway with 3 lanes is closed for use by users of the road. Next sign is this. This is another square blue sign, and the sign means Vehicle and Operator Services Agency checkpoint ahead. This is a sign to inform drivers that they are approaching a checkpoint for the Vehicle and Operator Services Agency. Sign number 75. We have here a rectangular blue colored sign. The sign means that drivers should check their distance from the vehicle in front. This sign is usually found by chevron markers and encourages drivers to check how far away they are from the vehicle in front of them. Next sign. This is another rectangular white in color sign this time. And the sign means testing of child cyclists ahead. This plate may be shown alongside signs indicating cycle routes ahead. This one warns that the testing of child cyclists may take place ahead. Next sign. This is another rectangular white sign. And the sign means training of child cyclists ahead. This plate may be shown alongside signs indicating cycle routes ahead. This one warns that the training of child cyclists may take place ahead. Next question, or rather sign, this is a triangular white and red sign. The sign means children going to or from school or playground ahead. The area ahead is near a school or a playground where children and parents may be going to or from, so please drive with caution. Next sign is another rectangular, but this time black sign. And this sign means closure of all lanes of a 4-lane carriageway ahead. This light signal will be suspended above all lanes of traffic and show that all 4 lanes are closed. Sign number 80. This is another rectangular black sign. This sign means closure of all lanes of a 3-lane carriageway ahead. This light signal will be suspended above all lanes of traffic and show that all 3 lanes are closed. If you pay attention to this particular sign, it will show you the amount of lanes. In this particular case, you've got the dots there which form a line, and you've got 3 lines, so 3 bars, so these are 3 lanes. And let's have a look at our next sign. This is another rectangular black sign, and this sign means closure of both lanes of a 2-lane carriageway ahead. This light signal will be suspended above all lanes of traffic and show that both of the 2 lanes are closed. Next sign is this. It's similar to the previous sign. It's rectangular in shape and black in color. However, this time, as you can see, the lights are amber rather than red as in the previous signs. So this particular sign means closure of 1 lane of a 4-lane carriageway ahead. This light signal again will be suspended above a lane of traffic and shows that the left-hand lane ahead is closed, reducing a 4-lane carriageway to 3 lanes. Next sign, we have another rectangular blue sign. This particular sign means closure of 1 lane of a 3-lane carriageway ahead. This light signal will be again suspended above a lane of traffic and shows that the left-hand lane ahead is closed, reducing a 3-lane carriageway to 2 lanes. Next sign, we have another black rectangular sign, and this sign means closure of right-hand lane of a 2-lane carriageway ahead. This light signal will be suspended above a lane of traffic and shows that the left-hand lane ahead is closed, reducing a 2-lane carriageway to 1 lane. Sign number 85, and here we have another rectangular black color sign. This sign means closure of 2 lanes of a 3-lane carriageway ahead. This light signal will be suspended above a lane of traffic and shows that 2 lanes of traffic are closed, reducing a 3-lane carriageway to 1 lane. Next sign, we have a rectangular big red sign here. And this sign means commencement point of a newly imposed 30 miles per hour speed limit, which is contiguous to an existing 30 miles per hour speed limit. A temporary sign to signal the new extension of an existing 30 miles per hour speed limit in place of a previously higher speed limit. Next sign is this. I'm quite sure that a lot of you are familiar with this sign, but anyway, the shape is round and it's in red and white. So let's see what this sign means. Road congestion charge zone reminder. And our next sign is this, which is another rectangular, or is it square, yellow sign. And this sign means continuous prohibition on waiting by vehicles with an exemption for taxis during the period indicated. So if you have a look at this particular sign, accept taxis between 11 p.m. and 5 a.m. This sign tells you that no stopping is allowed at any time for any reason, with the exception of taxis who may wait during the displayed times. Next sign is this. This one is a rectangular yellow sign, and the sign means continuous prohibition on waiting except for loading and unloading for the period indicated. So here is between the 1st of May and 30th of September. The sign tells you that you are not allowed to wait at any time between the dates shown. Loading and unloading, however, is allowed during this time. Sign number 90. Here we have another rectangular yellow sign. And this sign means continuous prohibition on waiting except loading and unloading on the footway. This sign tells you that you must not wait on the footway at any time. Next sign is this, another square yellow sign. And this sign means continuous prohibition on waiting except loading and unloading on the verge. This sign tells you that you must not wait on the verge at any time. Next sign, another square yellow sign. And this sign in particular shows continuous prohibition on waiting except for loading and unloading on verge or on the footway. This sign tells you that you must not wait on the verge or footway at any time. Next sign. This is a square blue sign this time. And the sign means contraflow bus lane, which pedal cycles may also use with traffic approaching from the right. This is a reminder for pedestrians. This sign marks a contraflow bus lane which only buses and pedal cycles are allowed to use. It also includes a reminder for pedestrians that the traffic in this lane is approaching from the right. Next sign. Here we have a rectangular blue sign. And this particular sign means contraflow bus lane. The sign indicates a contraflow bus lane beside two lanes available for other traffic, represented by the two arrows on the left. Sign number 95 is this. We have another rectangular blue in color sign. This sign means contraflow cycle lane. The sign marks a contraflow cycle lane with two lanes available for other traffic, indicated by the two arrows on the left. Next sign. This one is a square sign, yellow in color, white in color. And the sign means entrance to a controlled parking zone. This sign tells you that you are entering a zone where waiting is prohibited. Next sign is this. This is a rectangular white colored sign with red bars. Remember the white sign with red bars? Let's see if you can remember. So the sign means countdown marker to railway or tramway level crossing. This is a marker which indicates countdown that reached 300 yards to a level crossing for trains or tram cars. Next sign is another rectangular white and red sign. And this sign means countdown marker to railway or tramway level crossing. And of course that the sign indicates 200 yards. And this is the next sign, which is another square brown sign. The sign means tourist symbol for England and Wales, in this particular case a country park. This sign shows the tourist symbol for a country park in England and in Wales. And now we have reached our last question for today's video, which is question 100, or rather sign 100. And let's have a look. So here we have a rectangular shaped sign, blue in color. And this sign means county boundary. So this is a county boundary sign. This sign shows a county border or the name of a river. What must you do when the amber light is flashing at a pelican crossing? A. Give way to pedestrians already on the crossing. B. Give way to pedestrians waiting to cross. C. Stop and wait for the green light. Or D. Stop and wait for the red light. And the correct answer is A. Give way to pedestrians already on the crossing. Pelican crossings are signal-controlled crossings operated by pedestrians. Push-button controls change the signals. Pelican crossings have no red and amber stage before green. Instead, they have a flashing amber light. This means that you must give way to pedestrians who are on the crossing, but if the crossing is clear, you can continue. Question number 2. What will reduce fuel consumption? A. Accelerating rapidly. B. Driving more slowly. C. Late and heavy braking. Or D. Staying in lower gears. And the correct answer is B. Driving more slowly. Harsh braking, frequent gear changes, and harsh acceleration increase fuel consumption. A car uses less fuel when traveling at a constant low speed in an appropriate high gear. You need to look well ahead so that you are able to anticipate any kind of hazards early. Easing off the accelerator and timing your approach at junctions, for example, can reduce the fuel consumption of your car. Next question. You are going to turn left from a main road into a minor road. What should you do as you approach the junction? Please have a look at the image on your screens. A. You should keep in the middle of the road. B. Keep just left of the middle of the road. C. Keep well to the left of the road. Or D. Swing out to the right just before turning. And the correct answer is C. Keep well to the left of the road. Your road position can help other road users to anticipate your actions. So keep to the left as you approach a left turn and don't swing out into the center of the road in order to make the turn easier. This could in fact endanger oncoming traffic and could cause other road users to misunderstand what you are planning to do. Question number 4. When may you drive over a pavement? A. If there are no pedestrians nearby. B. To gain access to a property. C. To overtake slow-moving traffic. Or D. When the pavement is very wide. And the correct answer is B. To gain access to a property. It's illegal to drive on or over a pavement except if you want to gain access to a property. If you need to cross a pavement, you need to give priority to any pedestrians. Question number 5. How should you drive when you are driving along a road which has road humps? A. Accelerate quickly between the humps. B. Always keep to the maximum legal speed. C. Drive slowly at school times only. Or D. Maintain a reduced speed throughout. And the correct answer is D. Maintain a reduced speed throughout. Road humps are there for a specific reason, to protect vulnerable road users by reducing the speed of traffic. So please don't accelerate harshly between the humps. Put the safety of others first and maintain a reduced speed throughout the zone. Next question. Where would you find these road markings? Please have a look at the picture on your screen. A. At a mini roundabout. B. At a railway crossing. C. On a motorway. Or D. On a pedestrian crossing. The correct answer is A. At a mini roundabout. These markings show the direction in which the traffic should go at a mini roundabout. Next question. How can you plan your route before you start a long journey? A. Ask your local garage. B. Check your vehicle handbook. C. Consult a travel agent. Or D. Use a route planner on the internet. And the correct answer is use a route planner on the internet. So option D. Various route planners are available on the internet. Most of them will give you several options which would allow you to choose between the most direct route and quieter roads. They could also identify rest and fuel stops. So please print off the directions and take these directions with you. Next question. Why should you check the information leaflet before taking any kind of medication? A. Drug companies want customer feedbacks on their products. B. Some types of medicine can affect your ability to drive safely. C. The medicine you take may affect your hearing. Or D. You may have to let your insurance company know about the medicine. And the correct answer is B. Some types of medicine can affect your ability to drive safely. Always check the label or the information leaflet for any medication you take. The medicine could affect your driving. If you are not sure, ask your doctor or a pharmacist. Next question. Which of these diagrams shows a hazard warning line? A, B, C, or D? And the correct answer is A. Diagram A. You need to know the difference between a normal center line and a hazard warning line. If there is a hazard ahead, the markings are longer and the gaps are shorter. This gives you advance warning of an unspecified hazard. Question number 10. What must you have when you apply to renew your vehicle tax? A. A valid driving license. B. The handbook. C. The vehicle chassis number. Or D. Valid insurance. And the correct answer is D. Valid insurance. You can renew your vehicle tax online at post offices and by phone using the DVLA Vehicle Tax Service. When you apply, make sure that you have all the relevant valid documents, including a valid MOT test certificate where applicable. Next question. What type of vehicle displays this yellow sign? A. A broken down vehicle. B. A private ambulance. C. A school bus. Or D. An ice cream van. And the correct answer is C. A school bus. Buses which carry children to and from school may stop at places other than scheduled bus stops. So be aware because they might pull over at any time to allow children to get on the bus or off the bus. This will normally be when traffic is heavy during rush hour. Next question. A police car is following you. What should you do if the police officer flashes the headlights and points to the left? A. Move over to the left. B. Pull up on the left. C. Stop immediately. Or D. Turn left at the next junction. And the correct answer is B. Pull up on the left. You must pull up on the left as soon as it's safe to do so, and you must switch off your engine. Next question. Which arm signal tells you that the car you are following is going to pull up? Signal A, signal B, signal C, or signal D? And the correct answer is signal D. There may be occasions when drivers need to give an arm signal to confirm their intentions. This could include in bright sunshine, at a complex road layout, when stopping at a pedestrian crossing, or when turning right just after passing a parked vehicle. You should understand what each arm signal means. If you give arm signals, make them clear, correct, and decisive. Next question. You are traveling along a residential street. There are parked vehicles on the left-hand side. Why should you keep your speed down? A. Children may run out from between the vehicles. B. So that oncoming traffic can see you more clearly. C. There may be delivery lorries on the street. Or D. You may set off car alarms. And the correct answer is A. Children may run out from between the vehicles. Travel slowly and carefully near parked vehicles. Beware of cars pulling out, especially bikes and motorbikes, pedestrians, especially children who may run out from between cars, or other drivers opening their doors. Question number 15. What will affect your vehicle's stopping distance? A. The condition of the tires. B. The speed limit. C. The street lighting. Or D. The time of day. And the correct answer is A. The condition of the tires. Having tires correctly inflated and in good condition will ensure they have maximum grip on the road. How well your tires grip the road has a significant effect on your car's stopping distance. Next question. When will you feel the effects of engine braking? A. When you change to a higher gear. B. When you change to a lower gear. C. When you only use the parking brake. Or D. When you are in neutral. And the correct answer is B. When you change to a lower gear. When you take your foot off the accelerator, engines have a natural resistance to turn caused mainly by the cylinder compression. Changing to a lower gear requires the engine to turn faster, and so it will have greater resistance than when it's made to turn more slowly. When going downhill, changing to a lower gear will therefore help to keep the vehicle's speed in check. Next question. You are driving on an icy road. What distance from the car in front should you drive? A. 8 times the normal distance. B. 4 times the normal distance. C. 6 times the normal distance. Or D. 10 times the normal distance. And the correct answer is D. 10 times the normal distance. Don't travel in icy or snowy weather unless your journey is essential. Drive extremely carefully when roads are or may be icy. Stopping distances can be 10 times greater than on dry roads. Next question. What action should you take when you see flashing amber lights under a school warning sign? A. Increase your speed to clear the area quickly. B. Keep up your speed and sound the horn. C. Reduce your speed until you are clear of the area. Or D. Wait at the lights until they stop flashing. And the correct answer is C. Reduce your speed until you are clear of the area. The flashing amber lights are switched on to warn you that children may be crossing near a school. Slow down and take extra care as you may need to stop. Next question. Why should you make sure that your indicators are cancelled after turning at a junction? A. To avoid damage to the indicator relay. B. To avoid dazzling other road users. C. To avoid flattening the battery. Or D. To avoid misleading other road users. And the correct answer is D. To avoid misleading other road users. Leaving your indicators on could confuse other road users and may even lead to a crash. Be aware that if you haven't turned sharply, your indicators may not self-cancel and you will need to turn them off manually. Question number 20. On a 3-lane motorway, which lane should you use if there is no traffic ahead? A. The center lane. B. Either the right or the center lane. C. The left lane. Or D. The right lane. And the correct answer is C. The left lane. On a 3-lane motorway, you should travel in the left-hand lane unless you are overtaking. This applies regardless of the speed at which you are traveling. Next question. What should you do when you are unsure if it's safe to reverse your car? A. Get out of the car and check. B. Rev your engine. C. Reverse slowly. Or D. Sound your horn. And the correct answer is A. Get out of the car and check. A small child could be hidden directly behind you, so if you can't see all around your vehicle, you need to get out and have a look. You could also ask someone reliable outside the vehicle to guide you. Next question. Why are vehicle mirrors often slightly curved or convex? A. They give a wider field of vision. B. They make it easier to judge the speed of the traffic behind. C. They make the traffic behind look bigger. Or D. They totally cover blind spots. And the correct answer is A. They give a wider field of vision. Although a convex mirror gives a wide view of the scene behind, you should be aware that it won't show you everything behind or to the side of your car. Before you move off, you will need to look over your shoulder to check for anything which is not visible in the mirrors. Next question. For how long is an MOT certificate normally valid? A. 10,000 miles. B. 30,000 miles. C. 1 year after the date it was issued. Or D. 3 years after the date it was issued. And the correct answer is C, 1 year after the date it was issued. Some garages will remind you that your car is due for its annual MOT test, but not all of them do. To ensure continuous cover, you may take your vehicle for its MOT up to 1 month before the existing MOT certificate expires. The expiry date on the new certificate will be 12 months after the expiry date on the old certificate. Next question. When is fuel consumption at its highest? A, when you are accelerating. B, when you are braking. C, when you are coasting. Or D, when you are turning sharply. And the correct answer is A, when you are accelerating. Accelerating uses a lot of fuel, so always try to use the accelerator smoothly. Taking your foot off the accelerator allows the momentum of the car to take you forward, especially when you are going downhill. This can save a considerable amount of fuel without any loss of control over your car. Question number 25. What restrictions apply if you are towing a trailer on a 3-lane motorway? A. You must have a stabilizer fitted. B. You must not exceed 50 miles per hour. C. You must not overtake. Or D. You must not use the right-hand lane. And the correct answer is D. You must not use the right-hand lane. The motorway regulations for towing a trailer states that you must not use the right-hand lane of a 3-lane motorway unless you are directed to do that. For example, if there are any roadworks or a lane closure, and also you must not exceed 60 miles per hour. Next question. What does this sign mean? A. Motorway contraflow system ahead. B. Traffic approaching you has priority. C. Two-way traffic crosses a one-way road. Or D. Two-way traffic straight ahead. And the correct answer is D. Two-way traffic straight ahead. This sign may be at the end of a dual carriageway or a one-way street. The sign is there to warn you of oncoming traffic. Next question. A cycle lane marked by a solid white line is in operation. What does this mean for car drivers? A. They may drive in the lane at any time. B. They may park in the lane. C. They may use the lane when necessary. Or D. They must not drive along the lane. And the correct answer is D. They must not drive along the lane. While it's in operation, other vehicles must not use this part of the carriageway except to pick up or to drop off passengers. At other times, when the lane isn't in operation, you should still be aware that there may be cyclists using the lane. Give them plenty of room as you pass and allow for their movement from side to side, especially in windy weather or on a bumpy road. Next question. Where is your vehicle most likely to be affected by side winds? A. On a busy stretch of road. B. On a long straight road. C. On a narrow country lane. Or D. On an open stretch of road. And the correct answer is D. On an open stretch of road. In windy conditions, you need to be careful on exposed roads. A strong gust of wind can blow you off course. Watch out for other road users who are particularly likely to be affected, such as cyclists, motorcyclists, high-sided lorries, and vehicles towing trailers. Next question. Why would you fit chains to your wheels? A. To help prevent damage to the road surface. B. To help prevent skidding in deep snow. C. To help prevent the brakes locking. Or D. To help prevent wear to the tires. And the correct answer is B. To help prevent skidding in deep snow. Chains can be fitted to your wheels in snowy conditions. They can help you to move off without wheel spin or to keep moving in deep snow. You will still need to adjust your driving to suit these conditions. Question number 30. How can driving in a fuel-efficient manner help protect the environment? A. By increasing the number of cars on the road. B. By reducing exhaust emissions. C. Through increased fuel bills. Or D. Through the legal enforcement of speed regulations. And the correct answer is B. By reducing exhaust emissions. Fuel-efficient driving is all about looking and planning further ahead. This helps raise your hazard awareness and reduces the need for late and heavy braking. This will make your journeys more comfortable as well as considerably reducing your fuel bills and reducing emissions that can damage the environment. Next question. You are traveling along a motorway. Where would you find a crawler or climbing lane? A. Along the hard shoulder. B. Before a junction. C. Before a service area. Or D. On a steep gradient. And the correct answer is D. On a steep gradient. Large, slow-moving vehicles can hinder the progress of other traffic. On a steep gradient, an extra crawler lane may be provided for slow-moving vehicles to allow faster-moving traffic to flow more easily. Next question. What shape is a stop sign? Shape A, shape B, shape C, or shape D? And the correct answer is shape D. To make it easy to recognize, the stop sign is the only sign of this shape. You must stop and take effective observation before moving further. Next question. In winter, road signs can become covered by snow. What does this sign mean? A. Crossroads. B. Give way. C. Stop. Or D. Turn right. And the correct answer is C. Stop. The stop sign is the only road sign which is octagonal. This is so that it can be recognized and obeyed even if it's obscured, for example, like in this image, by snow. Next question. What does this arm signal mean? A. The driver intends to turn left. B. The driver intends to turn right. C. The driver is slowing down. Or D. The driver wishes to overtake. And the correct answer is A. The driver intends to turn left. There might be an occasion where another driver will use an arm signal. This could be because the vehicle's indicators are obscured by other traffic. For such signals to be effective, all drivers should know their meaning. Be aware that the left turn signal might look like the slowing down signal. Question number 35. Which sign means that the national speed limit applies? Sign A, sign B, sign C, or sign D? And the correct answer is sign D. You should know the speed limit for the road on which you are traveling and the vehicle that you're driving. The different speed limits are shown in the highway code. Next question. The fluid level in your battery is low. What fluid should you use to top it up? A. Battery acid. B. Distilled water. C. Engine coolant. Or D. Engine oil. And the correct answer is B. Distilled water. Some modern batteries are maintenance free. So please check your vehicle handbook, and if you need to, make sure that the plates in each battery cell are covered with fluid. Next question. What should you do when going through a contraflow system on a motorway? A. Keep a good distance from the vehicle ahead. B. Stay close to the vehicle ahead to reduce any queues. C. Switch lanes to keep the traffic flowing. Or D. Use dipped headlights. And the correct answer is A. Keep a good distance from the vehicle ahead. At roadworks and especially where a contraflow system is operating, a speed restriction is likely to be in place. Keep to the lower speed limit and don't switch lanes or get too close to the vehicle in front of you. Be aware that there will be no permanent barrier between you and the oncoming traffic. Next question. How can you reduce the environmental harm caused by a motor vehicle? A. Don't service it. B. Drive faster than normal. C. Keep engine revs low. Or D. Only use your car for short journeys. And the correct answer is keep engine revs low. Engines that burn fossil fuels produce exhaust emissions which are harmful to health. The harder you make the engine work, the more emissions it will produce. Engines also use more fuel and they produce higher levels of emissions when they are cold. Anything you can do to reduce your use of fossil fuels will help the environment. Next question. When would you use the right-hand lane on a 3-lane motorway? A. When you are driving above the speed limit. B. When you are overtaking. C. When you are trying to save fuel. Or D. When you are turning right. And the correct answer is B. When you are overtaking. The right-hand lane of the motorway is for overtaking. Sometimes you may be directed into a right-hand lane because of roadworks or a traffic incident. This will be indicated by signs or officers directing the traffic. Question number 40. You are on a smart motorway. What does it mean when a red cross is displayed above the hard shoulder? A. Pull up in this lane to answer your mobile phone. B. This lane can be used if you need a rest. C. Use this lane as a running lane. Or D. You should not travel in this lane. And the correct answer is D. You should not travel in this lane. Some motorways have been redesigned as smart motorways. At certain times, the hard shoulder will be open as a running lane. However, a red cross above the hard shoulder shows that it isn't open as a running lane and should only be used for emergencies and breakdowns. Next question. Where would it be unsafe to overtake? A. Approaching a junction. B. On a one-way street. C. On a single carriageway. Or D. Traveling up a long hill. And the correct answer is approaching a junction. You should overtake only when it's necessary and only when you can see it's clear ahead. Look out for road signs and markings that show it's illegal or would be unsafe to overtake, such as approaching junctions or bends. In many cases, overtaking is unlikely to significantly improve your journey time. Next question. Which sign shows that you are entering a one-way system? Sign A, sign B, sign C, or sign D? And the correct answer is sign B. If the road has 2 lanes, you can use either lane and overtake on either side. Use the lane which is more convenient for your destination unless signs or road markings indicate otherwise. Next question. What's the speed limit for a car towing a caravan on a dual carriageway? A. 40 miles per hour. B. 50 miles per hour. C. 60 miles per hour. Or D. 70 miles per hour. And the correct answer is C. 60 miles per hour. The speed limit for cars towing caravans or trailers on dual carriageways or motorways is 60 miles per hour. Due to the increased weight and size of the combination, you should plan further ahead. Take care in windy weather, as a strong side wind can make a caravan or a large trailer unstable. Next question. You are driving along a country road and you see this sign, the sign on your screen. What should you do after dealing safely with a hazard? A. Accelerate briskly. B. Check your tire pressures. C. Switch on your hazard warning lights. Or D. Test your brakes. And the correct answer is D. Test your brakes. If your brakes have been thoroughly soaked, you should check that they are working properly before you build up speed again. Before you do this, please remember to check your mirrors and consider what's behind you. Question number 45. What should you do if your vehicle pulls to one side when you use the brakes? A. Change gear and pump the brake pedal. B. Have the brakes checked as soon as possible. C. Increase the pressure in your tires. Or D. Use your parking brake at the same time. And the correct answer is B. Have the brakes checked as soon as possible. The brakes on your vehicle must be effective and properly adjusted. If your vehicle pulls to one side when you brake, you need to take it to be checked by a qualified mechanic as soon as possible. Next question. You are driving along a wet road. How can you tell if your vehicle's tires are losing their grip on the surface? A. The engine noise will increase. B. The engine will stall. C. The steering will feel very heavy. Or D. The steering will feel very light. And the correct answer is D. The steering will feel very light. If you drive at speed in very wet conditions, your steering may suddenly feel lighter than usual. This means that the tires have lifted off the surface of the road and they are floating on the surface of the water. This is known as aquaplaning. Reduce speed but don't brake until your steering returns to normal. Next question. How does drinking alcohol affect your driving behavior? A. It improves judgment skills. B. It increases concentration. C. It increases confidence. Or D. It leads to faster reactions. And the correct answer is C. It increases confidence. Alcohol can increase confidence to a point where your driving behavior might become out of character. Sensible behavior might change to risk-taking behavior. So never let yourself or your friends get into this situation. Next question. What should you do when you are approaching traffic lights which have been green for some time? A. Accelerate hard. B. Be ready to stop. C. Brake hard. Or D. Maintain your speed. And the correct answer is B. Be ready to stop. The longer traffic lights have been green, the sooner they will change. Allow for this as you approach traffic lights that you know have been green for a while. They are likely to change soon, so you should be prepared to stop. Next question. You are waiting to emerge from a junction. The windscreen pillar is restricting your view. What should you be particularly aware of? A. Buses. B. Coaches. C. Lorries, or D. Motorcyclists? And the correct answer is D. Motorcyclists. Windscreen pillars can completely block your view of pedestrians, motorcyclists, and cyclists. You should make a particular effort to look for these road users and don't just rely on a quick glance. Question number 50 and our last question for today, which is, you are driving a friend's children home from school. They are both under 14 years old. Who is responsible for making sure that the children wear a seatbelt or an approved child restraint where required? A. An adult passenger. B. The children. C. You as the driver. Or D. Your friend. And the correct answer is C. You, the driver. Passengers should always be secured and safe. Children should be encouraged to fasten their seatbelts or approved restraints themselves from an early age so that it becomes a matter of routine. As the driver, you must check that they are fastened securely because this is your responsibility. How can drinking alcohol affect your ability to drive? And let's have a look at our options. A. Your ability to judge speed will be reduced. B. Your awareness of danger will be improved. C. Your confidence will be reduced. Or D. Your reactions will be faster. And let's begin with the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the correct answer is A. Your ability to judge speed will be reduced. Alcohol will severely reduce your ability to drive or to ride safely, and there are serious consequences if you are caught over the drink-drive limit. It's known that alcohol can affect your judgment, it can cause overconfidence, and it will reduce coordination and control. So just make sure, guys, please, for your own safety and for the safety of others, don't drink and drive. And let's see our next question. Number 2. What's the purpose of triangular shaped signs? A. To give directions. B. To give information. C. To give orders. Or D. To give warnings. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the correct answer is D. To give warnings. Triangular signs, they warn you of any kind of hazard ahead. You need to make sure that you check each sign that you pass on the road so that you don't miss any vital instruction or information that this sign might give you. Next question. Which lights should you switch on when daytime visibility is poor but is not seriously reduced? A. Dipped headlights. B. Front fog lights. C. Headlights and fog lights. Or D. Rear fog lights. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And let's see what the correct answer is. A. Dipped headlights. Only use your fog lights when visibility is seriously reduced. Use dipped headlights in poor conditions because this helps the other road users to see you without the risk of causing dazzle. which of course might in the end lead to some other serious incidents. Next question. What does this sign mean? And if you have a look at the sign, you've got a small traffic sign over there, the blue and the red one, plus you also have some days and hours. So let's have a look at the options. A. End of the urban clearway restrictions. B. No parking at all from Monday to Friday. C. No parking on the days and times shown. Or D. You can park on the days and the times shown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the correct answer is C. No parking on the days and the times shown on the sign. Urban clearways are provided to keep traffic flowing at busy times. You may stop only briefly to sit down or to pick up passengers. Times of operation will be different from place to place, so you need to make sure that you always check the signs as well as the hours and the days. Okay, so let's go to our next question. When may front fog lights be used? A. When an audible warning device is used. B. When they aren't as bright as the headlights. C. When they are fitted above the bumper. Or D. When visibility is seriously reduced. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the correct answer is D. When the visibility is seriously reduced. Your fog lights must only be used when visibility is reduced to 100 meters or 328 feet or less. You need to be familiar with the layout of your dashboard so that you are aware if your fog lights were switched on in error or you've forgotten to switch them off. Let's have a look at our next question. You are driving past a line of parked cars. What should you do if a ball bounces out into the road ahead? Please pay attention to our image here. You can see the ball jumping from between the cars. So you probably have some kids there playing on the sidewalk and the ball just gets on the road. So what should you do? A. Continue driving at the same speed and flash your headlights. B. Continue driving at the same speed and sound your horn. C. Slow down and be prepared to stop for children. Or D. Stop and wave the children across to fetch their ball. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the correct answer is C. Slow down and be prepared to stop for children. Beware of children playing in the street and running out into the road. If a ball bounces out from the pavement, slow down and be prepared to stop. Don't encourage anyone to retrieve the ball. Other road users may not see your signal and you might actually lead a child into a very dangerous situation. Our next question is this. You are at the front of a queue of traffic waiting to turn right into a side road. Why is it important to check your right mirror just before turning? Let's have a look what our options are. A. To check for emerging traffic. B. To check for overtaking vehicles. C. To look for pedestrians about to cross. Or D. To make sure the side road is clear. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the correct answer is B. To check for overtaking vehicles. A motorcyclist could be riding along the outside of the queue. Always check your mirror before turning, as situations behind you can change while you've been waiting to turn. Next question. When would you use an emergency refuge area on a smart motorway? A. If you think you will be involved in a road rage incident. B. In cases of emergency or breakdown. C. To make a private phone call. Or D. To stop and check where you are. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the correct answer is B. In case of an emergency or breakdown. On smart motorways, emergency refuge areas are built at the side of the hard shoulder. If you do break down, try to get your vehicle into the refuge area where there is an emergency phone. The phone connects directly to a control center. Remember to take care when you rejoin the motorway, especially if the hard shoulder is being used as a running lane. Next question. When are you not allowed to sound your vehicle's horn? A. At any time in a built-up area. B. Between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. in a built-up area. C. Between 11:30 p.m. and 6 a.m. on any road. Or D. Between 11:30 p.m. and 7 a.m. in a built-up area. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the correct answer is D. Between 11:30 p.m. and 7 a.m. in a built-up area. Every effort must be made to prevent excessive noise, especially in built-up areas at night. Don't rev your engine or sound the horn unnecessarily. It's illegal to sound your horn in a built-up area between 11:30 p.m. and 7 a.m. except when another road user is posing a danger. Question number 10. What shape is a stop sign? Shape A, shape B, shape C, or shape D? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the correct answer is shape D. To make it easy to recognize, the stop sign is the only sign which has this shape. You must stop and take effective observation before proceeding. Next question. What does the white line along the side of the road indicate? Please pay attention to the yellow arrow. That's the line along the side of the road. That's the line that this question refers to. So let's have a look at our options. So. A. No overtaking. B. No parking. C. The approach of a hazard. Or D. The edge of the carriageway. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the correct answer is D. The edge of the carriageway. A continuous white line is used on many roads to indicate the edge of the carriageway. This can be useful when visibility is restricted. The line is discontinued at junctions, laybys, and entrances to or exits from private drives. Next question. You are driving in town. Why should you be careful if there is a bus at a bus stop on the other side of the road? A. Pedestrians might come from behind the bus. B. The bus might have broken down. C. The bus might move off suddenly. Or D. The bus might remain stationary. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the correct answer is A. Pedestrians might come from behind the bus. If you see a bus ahead, watch out for pedestrians. They might not be able to see you if they are behind the bus. Question number 13. What will happen if you use rear fog lights in good conditions? A. They will dazzle other drivers. B. They will make drivers behind keep back. C. They will make it safer when towing a trailer. Or D. They will protect you from larger vehicles. Let's start with the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the correct answer is A. They will dazzle other drivers. Rear fog lights, they shine more brightly than normal rear lights so that they show up in reduced visibility. When the visibility improves, you must switch them off. This will stop them dazzling the driver behind you. Next question. You want to reverse into a side road. What should you do if you are not sure that the area behind your car is clear? A. Carry on, just assuming that it's clear. B. Only check the mirrors. C. Get out of your car and check. Or D. Look through the rear window only. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The correct answer is C. Get out of the car and check. If you cannot tell whether there is anything behind you, it's always the safest option to check before you reverse. There may be a small child or a low obstruction close behind your car. Question number 15. What lights should you use when you are driving on a wet motorway and vehicles are throwing up surface spray? A. Dipped headlights. B. Hazard warning lights. C. Rear fog lights. Or D. Side lights. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the correct answer is A. Dipped headlights. When surface spray reduces visibility, switch on your headlights on dipped beam. This will help other road users to see you. And let's see our next question. What should you do when you are following a learner driver who stalls at a junction? A. Be patient as you expect them to make mistakes. B. Immediately steer around them and drive on. C. Start to rev your engine if they take too long to restart. Or D. Stay very close behind and flash your headlights. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the correct answer is A. Be patient as you expect them to make mistakes. Learning to drive is a process of practice and experience. Try to understand this and tolerate those who make mistakes while they're. And please don't forget that you've been in their shoes at one time, and if a driver behind you would push you, in any kind of way, you probably wouldn't feel comfortable. So just keep that in mind, because you've once been in their position as well. Okay, guys, moving on to our next question. What does this sign mean? A. Contraflow cycle lane. B. Cycles and buses only. C. No cycles or buses. Or D. With flow cycle lane. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the correct answer is D. With flow cycle lane. Usually, a picture of a cycle will also be painted on the road, and sometimes the lane will have a different colored surface. Leave these areas clear for cyclists and don't pass too closely when you overtake. Just keep in mind that a bicycle is much lighter than a car, so perhaps if you drive at a speed and very close to them, they can actually lose their balance, and it can get very dangerous very quickly. Okay, let's move on to our next question. What's most likely to distract you while you are driving? A. Using a mobile phone. B. Using the demisters. C. Using the mirrors. Or D. Using the windscreen wipers. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the correct answer is A. Using a mobile phone. Except for emergencies, it is illegal to use a handheld mobile phone while you are driving. Even using a hands-free kit can severely distract your attention. Let's see what our next question is. On a road where trams operate, which vehicles will be most at risk from the tram rails? A. Buses. B. Cars. C. Cycles. Or D. Lorries. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the correct answer is C. Cycles. The narrow wheels of a bicycle can become stuck in the tram rails, causing the cyclist to stop suddenly, wobble, or even lose balance altogether. The tram lines are also slippery, which could cause a cyclist to slide or to fall off. And our next question is number 20, which is: you are approaching an unmarked crossroads. How should you deal with the junction? A. Accelerate and keep to the middle. B. Accelerate and look to the left. C. Slow down and keep to the right. Or D. Slow down and look both ways. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the correct answer is D. Slow down and look both ways. Be cautious, especially when your view is restricted by hedges or bushes or walls or large vehicles, etc. In the summer months, these junctions can become more difficult to deal with because growing foliage may further obscure your view. Question number 21. What should you do if you are towing a trailer and it starts to swing from side to side? A. Accelerate until the trailer stabilizes. B. Brake hard and hold the pedal down. C. Ease off the accelerator to reduce your speed. Or D. Let go of the steering wheel and let it correct itself. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the correct answer is C. Ease off the accelerator to reduce your speed. Strong winds or buffering from large vehicles can cause a trailer or a caravan to swing from side to side, also known as snake. If this happens, you need to ease off the accelerator. Don't brake harshly, steer sharply, or increase your speed. Question number 22. What does this sign mean? A. Cycle parking only. B. Cycle route ahead. C. End of cycle route. Or D. No cycling. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the correct answer is B. Cycle route ahead. More people are cycling today, and cycle routes are being extended in our towns and cities to provide safe cycling routes. Respect the presence of cyclists on the road and give them plenty of room if you need to pass. And our next question is, you are on a motorway. What must you do if there is a red cross showing above every lane? A. Leave at the next exit. B. Pull onto the hard shoulder. C. Slow down and watch for further signals. Or D. Stop and wait. And let's start our countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the correct answer is D. Stop and wait. A red cross signal above all lanes means that you must stop and wait. Don't change lanes and don't try to continue any further along the motorway. And let's have a look at our next question. What should you do when you park a car facing downhill? A. Park close to the bumper of another car. B. Park with two wheels on the curb. C. Turn the steering wheel away from the curb. Or D. Turn the steering wheel towards the curb. And let's start with our countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the correct answer is D. Turn the steering wheel towards the curb. Turning the wheels towards the curb will allow them to act as a choke, preventing any forward movement of the vehicle. It will also help to leave your car in gear or select park if you have an automatic car. Next question, everyone. You arrive at the scene of a motorcycle crash. The rider is injured. When should their helmet be removed? A. Always straight away. B. Always unless they are in shock. C. Only when is essential. Or D. Only when the motorcyclist asks. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the correct answer is C. Only when it is essential. Don't remove a motorcyclist's helmet unless this is essential. Remember that they may be suffering from shock. Don't give them anything to eat or drink, but do reassure them confidently. Also, there could be another possibility that if for some reason they have a head injury or something like that, removing the helmet might cause them even further injury. So yeah. Okay, our next question is this. Following a collision, a person has been injured. What would be a warning sign for shock? A. A flushed complexion. B. Rapid, shallow breathing. C. A slow pulse. Or D. Warm, dry skin. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The correct answer is B. Rapid, shallow breathing. The effects of shock may not be immediately obvious. Warning signs to look for can include a rapid pulse, sweating, pale gray skin, or rapid shallow breathing. Question number 27. You are on a smart motorway. What does it mean when a mandatory speed limit is displayed above the hard shoulder? A. The hard shoulder can be used as a running lane. B. You can park on the hard shoulder if you feel tired. C. You can pull up in this lane to answer a mobile phone. Or D. You shouldn't travel in this lane. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the correct answer is A. The hard shoulder can be used as a running lane. A mandatory speed limit sign above the hard shoulder shows that this part of the road can be used as a running lane between junctions. You must stay within the speed limit. Look out for vehicles that may have broken down and could be blocking the hard shoulder. Next question. How much more fuel will you use by driving at 70 miles per hour compared with driving at 50 miles per hour? A. About 100%. B. About 15%. C. About 5%. Or D. About 75%. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the correct answer is B, about 15%. Your vehicle will use less fuel if you avoid heavy acceleration. The higher that the engine revs, the more fuel you will use. Using the same gear and covering the same distance, a vehicle traveling at 70 miles per hour will use about 15% more fuel than it would at 50 miles per hour. However, don't travel so slowly that you inconvenience or endanger other road users. Next question. What will be a serious distraction while you are driving? A. Looking at road maps. B. Looking in your door mirror. C. Switching on your demister. Or D. Using your windscreen washers. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The correct answer is A. Looking at road maps. Looking at road maps while driving is very dangerous. If you are not sure about your route, stop in a safe place and check the map. You must not allow anything to take your attention away from the road while you are driving. Question number 30. When are you allowed to stop on a motorway? A. When you need to use a mobile phone. B. When you need to walk and get some fresh air. C. When you wish to pick up hitchhikers. Or D. When you are signaled to do so by traffic signals. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the correct answer is D. When you are signaled to do it by traffic signals. You must stop if overhead gantry signs show a red cross above every lane on the motorway. If any of the other lanes doesn't show a red cross, you may move into that lane and continue if it is safe to do so. Next question. What can be damaged if you turn the steering wheel when the car is not moving? A. The brakes. B. The engine. C. The gearbox. Or D. The tires. And let's start our countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the correct answer is D, the tires. Turning the steering wheel when the car is not moving is known as dry steering. It can cause unnecessary wear to the tires and the steering mechanism. Why is a toucan crossing different from other crossings? A. Cyclists can use it. B. It's controlled by a traffic warden. C. It's controlled by two flashing lights. Or D. Moped riders can use it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The correct answer is A. Cyclists can use it. Toucan crossings are shared by pedestrians and cyclists who are permitted to cycle across. They are shown the green light together. The signals are push-button operated and there is no flashing amber phase. When should you check the engine oil level? A. Before a long journey. B. Early in the morning. C. Every time you drive the car. Or D. When the engine is hot. And let's start the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the correct answer is A. Before a long journey. An engine can use more oil during long journeys than on shorter trips. Insufficient engine oil is potentially dangerous because it can lead to excessive wear, mechanical breakdown, and expensive repairs. Most cars, they have a dipstick to allow the oil level to be checked. If they don't have one, you should refer to the vehicle handbook. Question number 34. You are waiting to emerge from a junction. The windscreen pillar is restricting your view. What should you be particularly aware of? A. Buses. B. Coaches. C. Lorries. Or D. Motorcyclists. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The correct answer is D. Motorcyclists. And let's see why the answer is motorcyclists. Windscreen pillars can completely block your view of pedestrians, motorcyclists, and cyclists. You should make a particular effort to look for these road users. Don't just rely on a quick glance. And our next question is this. What should you do when you are overtaking a horse and rider? A. Flash your headlights as a warning. B. Go past as quickly as possible. C. Go past slowly and carefully. Or D. Sound your horn as a warning. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the correct answer is C. Go past slowly and carefully. Horses can be startled by the sound of a car engine or the rush of the air caused by a vehicle which is passing too closely. Keep well back and only pass when it's safe to do so. Leave them plenty of room. You may have to even use the other side of the road to go past safely. Our next question. Why should you be cautious when going past this bus waiting at a bus stop? Please refer to the image which is on your screen. And let's have a look at our options. A. People may cross the road in front of it. B. The road surface will be slippery. C. There are driveways on the left. Or D. There is a zebra crossing ahead. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The correct answer is A. people may cross the road in front of it. A bus at a bus stop can hide pedestrians who might try to cross the road just in front of the bus. So please drive at a speed that will enable you to respond safely if you have to. So for example, if you need to brake suddenly. And our next question. What do the long white lines along the center of the road mean? And please pay attention to our yellow arrow, which is showing you the white lines. And let's see our options here. A, bus lane. B, give way. C, hazard warning. Or D, lane marking. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the correct answer is C, hazard warning. The center of the road is usually marked by a broken white line with lines that are shorter than the gaps. When the lines become longer than the gaps, this is a hazard warning line. Look well ahead for this, especially when you are planning to overtake or turn off. Next question. There are no speed limit signs on the road. How is a 30 miles per hour limit generally indicated? A, by double or single yellow lines. B, by hazard warning lights. C, by pedestrian islands. Or D, by street lighting. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The correct answer is D, by street lighting. There is a 30 miles per hour speed limit where there are street lights unless signs show another limit. Our next question is, what is the meaning of this sign? A, bus station on the right. B, contraflow bus lane. C, give way to buses. Or D, with flow bus lane. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the correct answer is B, contraflow bus lane. There will also be markings on the road surface to indicate the bus lane. You mustn't use this lane for parking or for overtaking. Question number 40. What does this sign mean? A, the end of a dual carriageway. B, the end of a narrow bridge. C, road narrows. Or D, toll bridge. Let's start our countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the correct answer is A, the end of a dual carriageway. Don't wait until the last moment before moving into the left-hand lane. Plan ahead and don't rely on other traffic letting you in. Next question. Which color follows the green signal at a puffin crossing? A, flashing amber. B, flashing green. C, steady amber. Or D, steady red. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the correct answer is C, steady amber. Puffin crossings, they have infrared sensors which detect when pedestrians are crossing, and they hold the red traffic signal until the crossing is clear. The use of a sensor means that there is no flashing amber phase as there is with a pelican crossing. What's the national speed limit for cars and motorcycles on a dual carriageway? A, 30 miles per hour. B. 50 miles per hour, C. 60 miles per hour, or D. 70 miles per hour? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the correct answer is D. 70 miles per hour. Make sure that you know the speed limit for the road that you are on. The speed limit on a dual carriageway or motorway is 70 miles per hour for cars and motorcycles unless the signs indicate otherwise. The speed limits for different types of vehicles are actually listed in the highway code. So if you need to, you can refer to the highway code book. Our next question is the following. You are leaving a safe gap as you follow a large vehicle. What should you do if a car moves into this gap? A. Drop back further. B. Flash your headlights. C. Sound your horn. Or D. Start to overtake. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The correct answer is A. Drop back further. Sometimes your separation distance is shortened by a driver moving into the gap that you've allowed. When this happens, please react positively, stay calm, and drop further back to re-establish a safe following distance. What does this sign mean? A. A route for cyclists only. B. A route for pedestrians and cyclists. C. A route for pedestrians only. Or D. No route for pedestrians and cyclists. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the correct answer is B. A route for pedestrians and cyclists. This sign shows a shared route for pedestrians and cyclists. When it ends, the cyclists will be rejoining the main road. Question number 45. What should you do when you see an older person about to cross the road ahead? A. Be careful, they may misjudge your speed. B. Expect them to wait for you to pass. C. Speed up to get past them quickly. Or D. Stop and wave them across the road. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the correct answer is A. Be careful because they may misjudge your speed. Older people may have impaired hearing, vision, concentration, and judgment. They may also walk slowly, and so they could take a long time to cross the road. Next question. What should you do if you can't see clearly behind when you are reversing? A. Ask someone to guide you. B. Look in the near side mirror. C. Open the door to look behind. Or D. Open the window to look behind. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the correct answer is A. Ask someone to guide you. If you want to turn your car around, try to find a place where you have good all-around vision. If this is not possible and you are unable to see clearly, then please get someone to guide you. Question number 47. How should you overtake horse riders? A. Drive slowly and leave plenty of room. B. Drive up close and overtake as soon as possible. C. Speed is not important but allow plenty of room. Or D. Use your horn just once to warn them. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the correct answer is A. Drive slowly and leave plenty of room. When you decide to overtake a horse rider, make sure that you can do so safely before you move out. Leave them plenty of room and pass them slowly. Passing too close could actually startle the horse and unseat the driver. Question number 48. How can you identify traffic signs that give orders? A. They are circular with a red border. B. They are rectangular with a yellow border. C. They are square with a brown border. Or D. They are triangular with a blue border. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the correct answer is A. They are circular with a red border. There are three basic types of traffic signs: those that warn, those that inform, and those that give orders. Generally, triangular signs, they warn, rectangular signs give information or directions, and circular signs give orders. An exception is the 8-sided stop sign. And I have an extra challenge for you. If you have a look at this image here, which is with the all of these traffic signs, there are some signs which are not real. They don't exist on the roads. So my challenge to you is, if you can spot those signs, please let me know in the comments below which signs you think are not real from those signs. Okay, now let's move on to question number 49. What should you do when you meet an oncoming vehicle on a single track road? A. Carry out an emergency stop. B. Reverse back to the main road. C. Stop at a passing place. Or D. Switch on your hazard warning lights. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the correct answer is C. Stop at a passing place. Take care when using single track roads. It can be difficult to see around bends because of hedges or fences, so expect to meet oncoming vehicles. You need to drive carefully and be ready to pull into or to stop opposite a passing place where you can pass each other safely. And our last question for today is number 50, which is: an injured person has been placed in the recovery position. They are unconscious but breathing normally. What else should be done? A. Check their airway remains open. B. Give them a hot, sweet drink. C. Place their arms by their side. Or D. Press firmly between their shoulders. And the last countdown for today starts now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The correct answer is A. Check their airway remains open. After a casualty has been placed in the recovery position, make sure that their airway remains open and monitor their condition until medical help arrives. Where possible, don't move a casualty unless there is further danger. And again, it works kind of the same way as with the motorcyclist and the removing of the helmet. If they have injuries, or serious injuries, you don't know what injuries they have, and you move them, you might risk to create even further damage, which can be, more life-threatening. Signs, which we will find out more about. And the different shapes and different colors of these road and traffic signs, they have different meanings. With hundreds of different road signs, each of them has their own meaning, but most of them fall into one of three categories based on their shape. And the rule is: circular signs give orders, and they must be followed to stay within the law. Now also please do remember color blue or red. and white. The triangular signs they warn, and they are of course designed to warn you about the road layout or any hazards that lie ahead, such as sharp bends. They almost always have a red border. Rectangular road signs inform. Blue rectangular signs give information on motorways, green signs direct you on primary roads, while white signs give directions on minor roads. Rectangular signs can also indicate bus lanes and congestion charge zone. Let's have a look at sign number 1. This sign is an explanatory plate for tramcar and bus and cycle only route signs. As you can see, the sign is rectangular in shape. It has a white background with a gray or a black foreground, and this is a bus, cycle and trams sign. Sign number 2 means route comprising a separated track and path for cycles and pedestrians. And the sign is circular or round in shape on a blue background with a white foreground, and it's a bus and cycle sign. And if you have a look at the sign, you can see here there is clearly a line separating pedestrians from cycles. Sign number 3 means route for use by pedal cycles and pedestrians only. And again, this sign is a circular sign on a blue background with a white foreground, and it's used for bus and cycles. Let's have a look at sign number 4. This sign means parking place for pedal cycles. The sign is rectangular in shape on a white background with a gray or black foreground, and it's a bus and cycle sign. And if you pay attention, it will probably help you to understand and remember better that it also has a P, which is P for parking. So parking sign, which indicates parking for cycle, because you have in the other rectangle the symbol for a bicycle. Sign number 5 means no stopping except buses during time period. The sign is rectangular in shape on a yellow background and gray or black foreground, and it's a bus and cycle sign. So you can, if you have a look at the sign, you can see here the no stopping icon on top, and then you also have written in words no stopping. And then you also have the time period between 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. So there is no stopping between those times apart from the buses. However, different signs will have different time periods, so you need to make sure that you pay attention to the timings on these signs. Sign number 6 is a contraflow cycle lane. And it's rectangular in shape on a blue background with a white foreground, and it's a bus and cycle sign. And if you have a look at this sign, you can see the lane with the 2 arrows going upwards, which is separated by a bicycle symbol with an arrow pointing downwards, which means that the bicycles will go opposite the flow. Sign number 7. This sign means a cycle lane on road at junction ahead or cycle track crossing road. And it's rectangular in shape on a white background with a gray or black foreground, and this is a bus and cycle sign. You can see on this sign that you've got the bicycle over there on the top, and then you will point the arrow towards the cycle lane. So in this case, on this particular sign, you will point ahead. Sign number 8. This is the cycle lane with traffic approaching from both ways. Pedestrian reminder. The sign is rectangular in shape on a blue background with a white foreground, and it's a bus and cycle sign. And clearly, as you can see on the sign, it says there, look both ways. The next sign is a cycle lane with traffic proceeding from the left. Pedestrian reminder. Again, this sign is rectangular in shape on a blue background, white foreground, and it's a bus and cycle sign. And as you can see here at the bottom underneath the bicycle, it says look left. Sign number 10 means cycle lane with traffic proceeding from the right, pedestrian reminder. This again is a rectangular sign on a blue background with a white foreground. It's a bus and cycle sign, and it's almost the same as the previous sign that we've just seen. However, on this particular sign, it says here, look right. Sign number 11. This sign means route recommended for pedal cycles on the main carriageway of a road. The sign is rectangular in shape on a blue background with a white foreground, and it's a bus and cycle sign. Number 12. This sign means end of cycle lane, track or route. Again, this sign is rectangular in shape on a blue background with a white foreground, and it's a bus and cycle sign. And you can see also says on the sign, end of route. Sign number 13 means with flow cycle lane. The sign is rectangular in shape. It has a blue background and a white foreground, and it's a bus and cycle sign. Sign number 14 means with flow cycle lane ahead. This again is a rectangular sign in shape on a blue background with a white foreground, and it's a bus and cycle sign. Sign number 15. The meaning of this sign is testing of child cyclists ahead. The sign is rectangular on a white background with a gray or a black foreground, and it's a bus and cycle sign. And as you can tell from the sign means that children cyclists are being tested ahead. Sign number 16 means training of child cyclists ahead. This sign is also rectangular on a white background with a gray or a black foreground, and it's a bus and cycle sign. Sign number 17 means cycle event ahead. The sign is rectangular in shape, white in color, with a gray or a black foreground, and it's a bus and cycle sign. So this sign will tell you that somewhere ahead there is some kind of an event involving cycles. Sign number 18 means cycle route ahead warning. So please remember, the red color is something that you must not do. This sign is triangular in shape, it's on a white background with a red foreground, and it's a bus and cycle sign. Sign number 19 means cycles crossing ahead. This sign is again rectangular with a white background, gray or black foreground, and it's a bus and a cycle sign. And as you can see from this sign, it says on it cycles crossing. Sign number 20 means cyclists to dismount at the end if or at the break in a cycle lane, track or route. This sign is also rectangular on a blue background, and it has a white foreground, and it's used for buses and cycles. Sign number 21 means riding of pedal cycles prohibited. And this sign is circular in shape on a white background with a red foreground, and it's a bus and cycle sign. And please remember again, red is something you must not do. So according to this sign, that means that you cannot ride pedal cycles. Sign number 22. This sign means no through road for vehicular traffic. The sign is rectangular in shape on a blue background with a white foreground. It's a bus and cycle sign. And if we have a closer look at this sign, you can see At the top there that you've got the red line, which indicates red, you must not do, prohibition. So this means that there is no through road. So it's end of the road. Sign number 23 is a parking place for pedal cycles. It's rectangular in shape on a white background with a gray or black foreground, and it's a bus and cycle sign. And again, let's remember P, which stands for parking. You can see it here, P on a blue background, which means parking for pedal cycles. Sign number 24 means route for use by pedal cycles only. This is round in shape on a blue background with a white foreground, and it's a bus and cycle sign. Sign number 25 means that this route is for use by buses and cycles only. The sign is circular or round in shape on a blue background with a white foreground, and it's a bus and cycle sign. And if we have a look at this sign, you can see in the circular shape, you have the bicycle on top, you have the bus on the bottom, and then underneath you will have the word only written, which means that this route is only used by bicycles and buses. Sign number 26 means route for use by buses and tram cars only. This sign is also circular in shape on a blue background with a white foreground, and it's a bus and trams sign. Again, we can see here which vehicles are allowed. So this route is clearly for trams. The tram symbol is on top, and then underneath that you have the bus symbol as well. Sign number 27, again, let's remember the red color. This sign means that buses are prohibited. The sign is round in shape on a white background with a red foreground, and it's a bus and cycle sign. So clearly from this sign we can tell that buses are not allowed. Sign number 28 means that this route is for use by buses, pedal cycles and taxis only. And it's round in shape on a blue background with a white foreground, and it's a bus and cycle sign. And if you have a look at this sign, it's self-explanatory as well. You can see the cycle symbol at the top, and then you see the bus symbol, and at the bottom the taxi word. So basically this route is to be used only by bicycles, buses and taxis. Sign number 29 means with flow bus lane, which pedal cycles and taxis may also use ahead. This sign is rectangular in shape on a blue background with a white foreground, and it's a bus and cycle sign. Sign number 30. This sign means appropriate traffic lanes for different maneuvers at a junction after a break in a bus lane. The sign is rectangular in shape on a white background with a gray or black foreground, and it's a bus and cycle sign. And if you have a look at this sign, you can see the red color there, which again, we know what it means. So prohibition or something that you must not do. In the case of this sign, at the top here where the red line is, you have a bus lane, so other traffic is not allowed. If you need to use the junction, you can only turn left. The next sign means contraflow bus lane, which pedal cycles may also use with traffic approaching from the right. Reminder for pedestrians. The sign is rectangular in shape on a blue background and a white foreground, and it's a bus and cycle sign. So both buses and cycles can use this, but you as a pedestrian would need to look right. Number 32 means a bus lane with traffic proceeding from both ways. Reminder for pedestrians. Again, this sign is also rectangular, the same color blue and the white foreground, and it's a bus and cycle sign. And as you can see here on the sign is very similar to the previous one. However, here is written look both ways. Look both ways. Sign number 33 The meaning of this sign is a bus lane on road at junction ahead. The sign is rectangular in shape on a white background with a gray or black foreground, and it's a bus and cycle sign. Sign number 34 means contraflow bus lane. And this sign is also rectangular in blue with a white foreground, and it's a bus and cycle sign. If you have a look here at this sign, you can see the two arrows which are pointing upwards, and then you see the division line, the white one, and on the other side you can see the bus there with the arrow downwards in the opposite direction, which basically means that it's a contraflow bus lane. So the bus goes against the traffic. Sign number 35 means end of bus lane. This sign is also rectangular on a blue background, a white foreground, and it's a bus and cycle sign. Sign number 36 means that this is a parking place for buses. The sign is rectangular on a blue background with a white foreground, and it's a bus and cycle sign. So again, in this sign we have the big bold P, which stands for parking, and then we have the other sign which indicates what type of vehicle can park here. In this particular instance is a bus. So this is a parking place for buses. Sign number 37. Ooh, brown color. Do you remember, guys, what brown color means? Tourist attractions. So this particular sign here means that this is a stopping place for buses used for carrying tourists to allow passengers to take photographs. This sign is rectangular in shape, is on a brown background with a white foreground, and it's a bus and cycle sign. You can see on this sign the bus, then it's a photo stop only, and is giving you the timing. So between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. on this particular sign. This would be the time where buses are allowed to stop for tourists to take photos. Different signs will have different timings. Sign number 38. This sign means this is a place where buses may stand and the stopping of other vehicles is prohibited during the period indicated. This sign is rectangular in shape on a yellow background. It has a gray or a black foreground, and it's a bus and cycle sign. On this particular sign, you can see written a bus stand. There is no stopping between the hours of 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. apart from buses. So again, if you look at this particular sign, there is no stopping between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. except for buses. Different signs will have different timings, however, the meaning will still be the same. Sign number 39. This sign will tell you that this is a stopping place for buses. This sign is also rectangular in shape on a white background with a gray or black foreground, and it's a bus and cycle sign. Sign number 40. This sign means entrance to bus station, depot or garage. And this is also rectangular in shape on a blue background with a white foreground, and it's a bus and cycle sign. Sign number 41. This sign means exemptions for buses, taxis and pedal cycles from restriction or prohibition conveyed by associated sign. The sign is rectangular on a white color with a gray or black foreground, and it's a bus and cycle sign. And it says on the sign as well, except buses and cycles, which of course means that buses and cycles and taxis can use this, but there is restriction for other traffic. Sign number 42. This sign means buses excluded from restriction or prohibition conveyed by associated sign. The sign is also rectangular on a white background with a gray or black foreground, and it's a bus and cycle sign. It's very similar to the previous one. However, on this particular sign, the buses are exempt from restriction. So they can actually use this, whereas the other vehicles, they are prohibited. Sign number 43 means Cycles excluded from restriction or prohibition conveyed by associated sign. This sign is also rectangular in shape. It has a white background, gray or black foreground, and it's a bus and cycle sign. And it's exactly the same like the bus sign. However, this one is except cycles. So traffic with vehicles is prohibited with the exemption of cycles. Sign number 44. This sign means local bus is excluded from restriction or prohibition conveyed by associated sign. This sign is rectangular in shape, it's on a white background with gray or black foreground, and it's a bus and cycle sign. Highway Code Rule number 1. Pavements and footways, including any path along the side of a road, should be used if provided. Where possible, avoid being next to the curb with your back to the traffic. If you have to step into the road, look both ways first. Always remain aware of your environment and avoid unnecessary distractions. Always show due care and consideration for others. So this is rule number 1. Highway Code Rule number 2. If there is no pavement, keep to the right-hand side of the road so that you can see oncoming traffic. You should take extra care and be prepared to walk in a single file, especially on narrow roads or in poor light. And also keep close to the side of the road. It may be safer to cross the road well before a sharp right-hand bend so that oncoming traffic has a better chance of seeing you. Cross back after the bend. Highway Code Rule number 3. Help other road users to see you. Wear or carry something light-colored, bright or fluorescent in poor daylight conditions. When it's dark, use reflective materials such as armbands, sashes, waistcoats, jackets or footwear, which can be seen by drivers using headlights up to 3 times as far away as non-reflective materials. And I think that this goes as well for your pets. When you are outside walking your pet in the dark, in the evening, wear reflective clothing and make sure your dog also has some kind of reflective equipment or perhaps a light or something like that. There are so many different options out there. Highway Code Rule number 4. Young children should not be out alone on the pavement or road. And we will get to rule number 7 for more info on this. When taking children out, keep between them and the traffic and hold their hands firmly. Strap very young children into pushchairs or use reins. When pushing a young child in a buggy, do not push the buggy into the road when checking to see if it's clear to cross, particularly from between parked vehicles. Also, this is my 7 cent, if you will. Please make sure you don't use a mobile phone whilst you are pushing the buggy with the baby in it. I've seen so many parents, so many people who take their babies out for a walk that with one hand they push the buggy and with the other hand they use their mobile phone. Please don't do that. That's extremely dangerous because you don't have the same grip of the buggy with one hand as you would with both hands. And using a mobile phone at the same time, not only it's dangerous for drivers, it's also dangerous for people who are pushing buggies because you don't have the same control, you don't have the same reflexes, and also you don't have the same focus. So yeah, this is just my 7 cent. Now let's move on to Highway Code Rule number 5. Organized walks or parades involving large groups of people walking along a road should use a pavement if available. If one is not, they should keep to the left. Lookouts should be positioned at the front and back of the group, and they should wear fluorescent clothing in daylight and reflective clothing in the dark. At night, the lookout in front should show a white light and the one at the back a red light. People on the outside of large groups should also carry lights and wear reflective clothing. Next rule. Highway Code rule number 6. Motorways. Pedestrians must not be on motorways or slip roads except in an emergency. The laws that apply here, and you can check them out separately, are the Road Traffic Regulation Act 1987, Section 17, the Motorways Traffic England and Wales Regulations 1982, Regulations 15(1)b, and the Motorways Traffic Scotland Regulations 1995, Regulations 13. Highway Code rule number 7. The Green Cross Code. The advice given below on crossing the road is for all pedestrians. Children should be taught the code and should not be allowed out alone until they can understand and use the code properly. The age when they can do this is different for each child. Many children cannot judge how fast vehicles are going or how far away they are. Children learn by example, so parents and carers should always use the Green Cross Code in full when out with their children. They are responsible for deciding at what age children can use it safely by themselves. So this is the code. A. First, find a safe place to cross and where there is space to reach the pavement on the other side. Where there is a crossing nearby, use it. It's safer to cross using a subway, a footbridge, an island, a zebra, pelican, toucan or puffin crossing, or where there is a crossing point controlled by a police officer, a school crossing patrol or a traffic warden. Otherwise, choose a place where you can see clearly in all directions. Try to avoid crossing between parked cars, and we will have more info on this in rule number 14. On a blind bend or close to the brow of a hill. Move to a space where drivers and riders can see you clearly. Do not cross the road diagonally. Code B. Stop just before you get to the curb, where you can see if anything is coming. Do not get too close to the traffic. If there is no pavement, keep back from the edge of the road, but make sure you can still see approaching traffic. C. Look all around for traffic and listen. Traffic could come from any direction. Listen as well, because you can sometimes hear traffic before you see it. D. If traffic is coming, let the traffic pass. Look all around again and listen. Do not cross until there is a safe gap in the traffic and you are certain that there is plenty of time. Remember, even if traffic is a long way off, it may be approaching very quickly. E. When it is safe, go straight across the road. Do not run. Keep looking and listening for traffic while you cross in case there is any traffic you did not see or in case other traffic appears suddenly. Look out for cyclists and motorcyclists traveling between lanes of traffic. Do not walk diagonally across the road. Highway Code rule number 8. At a junction. When you are crossing or waiting to cross the road, other traffic should give way. Look out for traffic turning into the road, especially from behind you, and cross at a place where drivers can see you. If you have started crossing and traffic wants to turn into the road, you have priority and they should give way. Highway Code rule number 9. Pedestrian safety barriers. Where there are barriers, cross the road only at the gaps provided for pedestrians. Do not climb over the barriers or walk between them and the road. Rule number 10. Tactile paving. Raised surfaces that can be felt underfoot provide warning and guidance to blind or partially sighted people. The most common surfaces are a series of raised studs which are used at crossing points with a dropped curb or a series of rounded raised bars which are used at level crossings, at the top and bottom of steps, and at some other hazards. Rule number 11. One-way streets. Check which way the traffic is moving. Do not cross until it's safe to do so without stopping. Bus and cycle lanes may operate in the opposite direction to the rest of the traffic. Highway Code Rule number 12. Bus and cycle lanes. Take care when crossing these lanes, as traffic may be moving faster than in the other lanes or against the flow of traffic. Highway Code Rule number 13. Routes shared with cyclists. Cycle tracks may run alongside footpaths or pavements and be separated from them by a feature such as a change of material, a verge, a curb, or a white line. Such routes may also incorporate short lengths of tactile paving to help visually impaired people to stay on the correct side. On the pedestrian side, this may comprise of a series of flat-topped bars running across the direction of travel, also known as ladder pattern. On the cyclist side, the same bars are orientated in the direction of travel, or also known as tramline pattern. Some routes shared with cyclists will not be separated by such a feature, allowing cyclists and pedestrians to share the same space. Cyclists should respect your safety, but you should also take care not to obstruct or endanger them. Always remain aware of your environment and avoid unnecessary distractions. Where signs indicate some routes are shared between pedestrians, cyclists, horse riders, and horse-drawn vehicles. Cyclists, horse riders, and drivers of horse-drawn vehicles should respect your safety, but you should take care not to obstruct or endanger them. Always remain aware of your environment and avoid unnecessary distractions. Rule number 14. Parked vehicles. If you have to cross between parked vehicles, use the outside edges of the vehicles as if they were the curb. Stop there and make sure you can see all around and that the traffic can also see you. Make sure there is a gap between any parked vehicles on the other side so you can reach the pavement. Never cross the road in front of or behind any vehicle with its engine running, especially a large vehicle, as the driver may not be able to see you. Highway Code Rule 15. Reversing vehicles. Never cross behind a vehicle which is reversing, showing white reversing lights or sounding a warning. Highway Code Rule number 16. Moving vehicles. You must not get onto or hold onto a moving vehicle. And the law which you can refer to is the Road Traffic Act 1988, Section 26. Highway Code Rule number 17. At night. Wear something reflective to make it easier for others to see you. And we already covered this at rule number 3, where there was this picture with the mom and the child and how they were wearing reflective and fluorescent clothing, if you remember. If there is no pedestrian crossing nearby, cross the road near a street light so that traffic can see you more easily. Highway Code Rule number 18. At all crossings. When using any type of crossing, you should always check that the traffic stopped before you start to cross or push a pram onto a crossing. Always cross between the studs or over the zebra markings. Do not cross at the side of the crossing or on the zigzag lines, as this can be dangerous. You must not loiter on any type of crossings. And the laws you can refer to here are the zebra, pelican, and puffin pedestrian crossings regulations and general directions 1997 regulation 19. And also the Road Traffic Regulation Act 1984 section 25(5). Highway Code Rule number 19. Zebra crossings. Give traffic plenty of time to see you and to stop before you start to cross. Vehicles will need more time when the road is slippery. Wait until traffic has stopped from both directions or the road is clear before crossing. Remember that traffic does not have to stop until someone moved onto the crossing. Drivers and riders should give way to pedestrians waiting to cross, and they must give way to pedestrians on a zebra crossing. Keep looking both ways and listening in case a driver or a rider didn't see you and they are trying to overtake a vehicle which stopped. And you can refer to the law, the Traffic Signs Regulations and General Directions 2016, Schedule 14, Part 5. Highway Code Rule 20. Where there is an island in the middle of a zebra crossing, wait on the island and follow rule number 19, which we just covered in the previous slide, before you cross the second half of the road. This is a separate crossing. Highway Code Rule 21. At traffic lights, there may be special signals for pedestrians. You should only start to cross the road when the green figure shows. If you have started to cross the road and the green figure goes out, you should still have time to reach the other side, but please do not delay. If no pedestrian signals are provided, watch carefully and don't cross until the traffic lights are red and the traffic stopped. Keep looking and check for traffic that might be turning the corner. Remember that traffic lights may let traffic move in some lanes while traffic in other lanes has stopped. Highway Code Rule number 22. Pelican crossings. These are signal-controlled crossings operated by pedestrians. Push the control button to activate the traffic signals. When the red figure shows, do not cross. When a steady green figure shows, check the traffic stopped, then cross with care. When the green figure begins to flash, you should not start to cross. If you have already started, you should have time to finish crossing safely. Highway Code Rule number 23. Puffin crossings. They differ from pelican crossings as the red and green figures are above the control box on your side of the road and there is no flashing green figure phase. Press the button and wait for the green figure to show. Now, a fun fact here, I have been wondering what's up with all of the names of these crossings, right? And I actually researched this. And the Puffin crossing, if you are not aware, actually stands for Pedestrian User-Friendly Intelligent Crossing. So this is something, you know, something extra that I thought it would be a fun fact to know. And now let's move on to the next rule. Highway Code Rule number 24. When the road is congested, traffic on your side of the road may be forced to stop. Even though their lights are green, traffic may still be moving on the other side of the road, so press the button and wait for the signal to cross. Highway Code Rule number 25. Token crossings are light-controlled crossings which allow cyclists and pedestrians to share crossing space and cross at the same time. They are push-button operated. Pedestrians and cyclists will see the green signal together. Cyclists are permitted to ride across. Highway Code Rule number 26. At some crossings, there is a bleeping sound or a voice signal to indicate to blind or partially sighted people when the steady green figure is showing, and there may be a tactile signal to help deaf-blind people. Highway Code Rule 27. Equestrian crossings are for horse riders. They have pavement barriers, wider crossing spaces, horse and rider figures in the light panels, and either two sets of controls, one higher or just one higher control panel. Now I'm going to be very honest, brutally honest with you. Before I did this video, before I put together all the information, I actually had no idea whatsoever that there is such thing as equestrian crossings. I had no idea. So I'm sure that a lot of people don't have any idea that there is a special crossing which is for horse riders. So this is the equestrian crossing. Okay, so the next rule. Rule 28. Staggered pelican or puffin crossings. When the crossings on each side of the central refuge are not in line, they are two separate crossings. On reaching the central island, press the button again and wait for a steady green figure. Highway Code Rule number 29. Crossings controlled by an authorized person. Do not cross the road unless you are signaled to do so by a police officer, a traffic warden, or school crossing patrol. Or the lollipop lady. I think a lot of us know the school crossing patrol as the lollipop lady. Always cross in front of them. Highway Code Rule number 30. Where there are no controlled crossing points available, it's advisable to cross where there is an island in the middle of the road. Use the green cross code that I mentioned at the beginning to cross the island and then stop and use it again to cross the second half of the road. Highway Code Rule number 31. Emergency vehicles. If an ambulance, fire engine, police, or other emergency vehicle approaches using flashing blue lights, headlights, and or sirens, keep off the road. So this would go for ambulance, fire engine, police, doctor, and I think that even organ transfer vehicles are part of the emergency vehicles. But please correct me in the comments if I'm wrong about that. Highway Code Rule number 32. Buses. Get on or off a bus only when it has stopped to allow you to do so. Watch out for cyclists when you are getting off. Never cross the road directly behind or in front of a bus. Wait until the bus moved off and then you can see clearly in both directions. Highway Code Rule 33. Tramways. This may run through pedestrian areas. Their path will be marked out by shallow curbs, changes in the paving or other road surface, white lines or yellow dots. Cross at designated crossings where provided. Elsewhere, treat trams as you would other road vehicles and look both ways along the track before crossing. Do not walk along the track as trams may come up behind you. Trams, they move quietly and they cannot steer to avoid you. Highway Code Rule 34. Railway level crossings. You must not cross or pass a stop line when the red lights show, including a red pedestrian figure. Also, do not cross if an alarm is sounding or the barriers are being lowered. The tone of the alarm may change if another train is approaching. If there are no lights, alarms, or barriers, stop, look both ways, and listen before you cross. A tactile surface comprising rounded bars running across the direction of pedestrian travel may be installed on the footpath approaching a level crossing to warn visually impaired people of its presence. The tactile surface should extend across the full width of the footway and should be located at an appropriate distance from the barrier or projected line of the barrier. And the law you can refer to is the Traffic Signs, Regulations and General Directions 2002 Regulation 52. And now we are getting to the last rule for today's video, which is Highway Code Rule number 35. Street and pavement repairs. A pavement may be closed temporarily because it's just not safe to use. Take extra care if you are directed to walk in or to cross the road, and you will usually have these road signs available, such as pedestrian, and the arrow is showing which way for pedestrians, and other signs that you need to have a look at and follow. Thank you guys so much for watching today's video. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe. For now, take care, stay safe, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye!